Go Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Mean of Revolution, and it's the order of war. First, the order of the deal. Trump versus Xi Jinping. Trump is getting his ass kicked. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Well, revolution is a way of life, and revolution is for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I got some revolutionary breakfast for y'all this morning. Let's get into the content.
I don't blame China. I don't blame Vietnam. I see their meeting today. Is that wonderful? And that's a lovely meeting. They're meeting, like trying to figure out how do we screw the United States of America.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到外媒看中国，我是安博人。
US
President Donald Trump still has not received the call he's been begging President Xi for, as he quickly realizes that the art of the deal is nothing when compared to the art of war. China's reciprocal 125% tariff on imported US goods remains in place, and Beijing has already stopped buying beef, beans, and Boeings from the United States. Plus, Chinese exports of important rare earth minerals and magnets to the US have been halted, sending shockwaves through the Trump administration as they truly come to terms with what the internet meme FAFO really means. This is all as China's president's in the middle of his state visits to Vietnam, Malaysia, and Cambodia, which has also put Donald Trump on edge. Today, we'll go beyond the propaganda. This is Reports on China. I'm Andy Borham here in Shanghai. Let's get reporting. China has pushed the United States into an awkward position after the Trump administration made a serious miscalculation, playing a high-stakes game of chicken with Beijing. American farmers, President Donald Trump's core supporters, are feeling the pinch after China was forced to halt imports of US soybeans, beef, wheat, pork, and poultry. Not only that, but Beijing's retaliatory move has shown those farmers who tend to support Trump at whatever cost that their savior perhaps doesn't think as much of them as they do of him. That realization is coming after Trump cancelled US tariffs on imported Chinese electronics and related components, helping out his billionaire friends in Silicon Valley while ignoring those farmers who have had his back for years. Watch as Trump explicitly admits to helping out his friends in big tech.
Look, I'm a very flexible person. I don't change my mind, but I'm flexible. And you have to be. You just can't have a wall and you'll only go. No, sometimes you have to go around it, under it, or above it. There'll be maybe things coming up. I speak to Tim Cook. I helped Tim Cook recently, and that whole business. I don't want to hurt anybody.
But it gets worse for the Trump administration and for the United States in general, as Chinese airlines have completely halted delivery of Boeing passenger planes, sending the company's share price into freefall and a shiver up the spine of Donald Trump. Now, in case you don't know, Boeing is a US company, and it builds all its planes inside the United States, directly employing 150,000 Americans. Now, as you already know, one of the main goals of Trump's tariff tantrums was to bring manufacturing back to America, but the exact opposite is happening. Not only was he forced to remove tariffs on electronics and smartphones, allowing Apple to continue producing their phones in China, but it's also directly affecting manufacturing jobs that already exist in the United States, like those tens of thousands of jobs producing Boeing planes. This, according to CNN. Boeing is a major part of the US economy, contributing an estimated $79 billion in supporting 1.6 million jobs, both directly and indirectly. It has nearly 150,000 US employees of its own. Anyone who thought Trump was somehow playing a game of 4D chess with his tariff terrorism clearly underestimated China, who is single-handedly undoing his superiority complex and taking the air out of his bluster. China's president yesterday wrapped up his official visit to Vietnam, where dozens of trade agreements between the two countries were signed and relations were strengthened, which also unnerved President Donald Trump. Watch.
And you know what? I don't blame China at all. I don't blame President Xi. I like him. He likes me. I mean, who knows? Who the hell cares? I don't blame China. I don't blame Vietnam. I see their meeting today. Is that wonderful? And it's a lovely meeting. They're meeting, like trying to figure out how do we screw the United States of America.
Trump's statement there that China and Vietnam are meeting to discuss how to screw over the United States just goes to show how Washington, D.C. got into this mess to begin with.
Talk too much.
No one was discussing how to screw over the US. For starters, the trip was planned a long time ago. But there's no doubt that the two leaders did discuss what they can do to survive, what they can do to avoid massive disruptions at the whim of the folks sitting in cozy offices on Capitol Hill. The BBC quoted a former US trade negotiator who said President Xi's comments were a very shrewd tactical move. While Trump seems determined to blow up the trade system,
the problem is these billionaires, these corporations, been fucking over Americans and masking it under countries screwing you over. It's been them the whole time. They good at the jobs. They shipped out the manufacturing. That's why they said China was peasants. They shipped the jobs over there to those peasants, and those peasants learned how to do all that shit and more and make it better than they do. Now their ass is crying. But these billionaires, they did that on purpose. They didn't give a fuck. They want cheap labor. They want that shit slavery. Ever since the days of slavery, we got freedom. Been trying to find out how to get their products made for cheap. That's it. That's all that mattered to them. Now they caught up fucking with the big dog, China, but they're not going to win this, and they can't win this war. They can't. You done shipped all your capacity to other countries. It's going the real economists and people now, they said it take 10 years to bring that back to America properly to get us back on our feet, and it's going to hurt until the end. But they're not winning no trade war against China. I've been saying that, and every day it gets worse.
Xi is positioning China as the defender of rules-based trade, while painting the US as a reckless rogue nation. Well, isn't that exactly what it is? It's important also to note that Vietnam was one of the first countries.
Well, y'all just got to tighten up, hold your pocket. The young lady got to hold your purse. We just got to save and get our house in order, because it's gonna be some hard days ahead. And don't let anybody fool you on social media with that living a good life shit. It's hard out here, bro. Don't let social media fool you into being standing in the goddamn rain with no umbrella.
To buckle after Trump's Liberation Day tariffs were announced on April 2. And they've already sent a delegation to beg Trump for leniency, which makes it a little harder for countries like China to stand up against unilateral US bullying. That is why some of the discussions in Hanoi included President Xi urging Vietnam's leaders to jointly oppose unilateral bullying. China is doing an amazing job of defending the world and pushing back against Trump's unpredictable and haphazard trade war, but Beijing cannot do it alone. And like China has said time and time again, no one wants to ruin the United States. We just want that country to stop with its destructive, hegemonic attitude, come back down to earth, and start treating other countries with respect and as equals. Literally, one of China's core principles is relationships with other countries, big or small, that are based on mutual respect, non-interference, and win-win cooperation. You might have noticed that even when the heads of tiny nations visit Beijing, they're treated with the same respect as visitors from larger, more influential nations. That kind of respect is not only sorely lacking from the United States, it is altogether non-existent. Like I said days ago, Trump is absolutely not going to get that call from President Xi under the current circumstances. He'll have to make some massive changes and remove all of his April 2 tariffs before that will even be remotely considered by Beijing. After that, China's president might just be willing to talk with Trump and negotiate China reversing some of its reciprocal measures, like buying American beef and soybeans again. Maybe. And on that note, that will be it for today, you guys. But before I let you go, I want to make an exciting announcement for my
So things are getting out of hand. The longer Trump takes to call China, the worse this economic war is going to spiral into oblivion. Now, we have seen the US backtrack on big tariffs on electronics made in China. Now, Beijing calls it a small step forward, but make no mistake, the Chinese, they're not going to back down. They realize that behind all the bluster, behind all the big bold moves, the US economy is actually very fragile. And now China's wrapping up the pain, dishing out some medicine of their own on the key US industry. Now, Beijing has ordered all their airlines to boycott US giant Boeing, not to take any further deliveries of Boeing jets like the 747. But the story gets worse. China is also halting any purchase of aircraft parts and equipment from any US company. So even if you are a small supplier, you are now cut away from the Chinese market. We are seeing China turning up the dial on the oven. Now the 125% tariff on US imports already makes many stuff unviable to buy. The price just doesn't make sense anymore. But Beijing is determined to close any loophole to shut US companies out from the Chinese market. The tit for tat escalation is not over yet. If the bond market forced Trump to backtrack, perhaps collapsing revenues of American companies will force his hand once again. When you refuse to take deliveries, that also means you are not going to pay for the planes as well. So Boeing won't just be facing a future revenue collapse, they might have to take a loss on some of the jets. Around 10 Boeing 737 MAX aircraft are waiting to enter Chinese airline fleets. Now, some of the jets are still in Seattle, while others are in the Zhoushan finishing center in eastern China. But there's a chance not all of them have been fully paid for. The Chinese government would probably reimburse their own airlines, then allow the deals to conclude. Now, we have gone well past US LNG and soybeans. China is now hammering on US manufacturing itself. And this will sting because it directly confronts Trump's promise of more industry jobs for Middle America. China must have heard this speech from Trump and realized it's time to go all out. Trump will never back down without some encouragement.
Right now, China's paying a 104% tariff. Think of it, 104%. Now, it sounds ridiculous, but they charged us for many items 100%, 125%. Many countries have. They've ripped us off left and right. But now it's our turn to do the ripping.
Now, when it comes to the size of major industrial markets, the US does not hold all the cards. From cars to semiconductors, Chinese demand is the biggest in the world. And the same goes for jet planes as well. China is the biggest market for commercial airplanes, and Trump's trade war has backfired on Boeing, which means a lot of manufacturing jobs could go kaput. In 2018, Chinese buyers accounted for a quarter of all Boeing deliveries. But it's the demand going forward that's most concerning. And according to the company itself, they expect China will need almost 9,000 more planes over the next 20 years. The Chinese consumer is getting more affluent. This story is no longer about just lifting people out from poverty, but pushing people up to the middle class. And that would entail more air travel around the world and within China itself, which is a very big country. Now, this level of miscalculation is just legendary. If you're invested in Boeing, this is very bad news for the stock price. Realize that Beijing has nothing to lose by cutting away Boeing planes. And it's not even necessary for me to talk about all the recent accidents or all the plane faults. By cutting away all deliveries, China doesn't even care that Boeing is building their planes in China. And this move is more strategic than we think. Firstly, across all China's major airlines, the bulk of the planes are not from Boeing. Companies like China's Southern and Eastern rely a lot on jets from Airbus, which is a French company. It's important to note that in yellow is Comac, that's China's own jet plane producer. And now that Boeing is cut off, Beijing can pursue their agenda on both ends. Give more business to Airbus, who will be China's main supplier, while building up Comac. Building up Comac will take some time, and so far they've only delivered around 15 C919 planes since 2023. But in the meanwhile, Beijing will be using this as leverage to talk trade with the EU. And realize what the EU is dealing with. Their biggest obstacle today in trade is not China. Ironically, it's their traditional ally, the US, that is making things extremely difficult for Europe.
Have offered 0 for 0 tariffs on cars and industrial goods. Is that not enough?
Well, the EU, no, it's not. The EU has been very tough over the years. I always say it was formed to really do damage to the United States in trade. That's the reason it was formed. It was formed with all of the countries from Europe, I guess most of them, not all of them, but most of them. And they formed together.
The European Union was formed to be suckers for the U.S. and be a block to go against the Russians. You see, this is all nonsense. It's definitely not true that the European Union was formed to take advantage of the U.S. Nonsense. The European Union has been the puppets of the U.S. That's a motherfucking fact. Trump is, you know what I'm saying? That rhetoric is nonsense.
There to create a little bit of a monopoly situation, to create a unified force against the United States for trade.
So you heard Trump. EU's 0 for 0 tariff deal isn't enough. Does he want Europe to pay reparations for the trading deals of the past? We just don't know. It's literally impossible to deal with the US at this point, and China knows this. Trump has given Beijing all the leverage that they need to swing Europe to their side. And here's why China now has the cards. Europe relies a lot on the export of goods and services to survive. And if you think China has an overcapacity problem, Europe is the one that has a ton of production. EU export of goods and services accounts for over 50% of their GDP. And if the US decides to hit them with a 20% reciprocal tariff, we could see a collapse across the board in Europe. They are too dependent on the US market, but now China can come in and offer to buy even more planes for the airline fleet. And the amount of bargaining power here is enormous. This comes at a time when Europe is struggling to reindustrialize while going into huge amounts of debt. Just look at Germany. China will make up 20% of global aircraft demand over the next 20 years. By transferring this demand to Airbus, all sorts of deals can be struck. And a big one will be de-dollarizing global trade even further. Just ask yourself, when China buys all their Boeing shortfall from France, will they want to transact in US dollars? Now, I bet the majority, if not all of the deals, will be done in either the euro or the Chinese RMB. And either way you look at it, that's still de-dollarization. Every time China stops buying stuff from a US supplier, it gives the world more opportunities to dump the dollar for bilateral trade. There are just so many ways this is bad for the US. And a big shout out to our sponsor today, Longbridge. We know how important it is to invest. Inflation is not going to stop, and the best way to protect our wealth is to invest. Now, Longbridge is an investing platform that I use to trade the markets. It's an awesome commission-free trading app loaded with powerful tools and data to start your investing journey. You can load up on individual stocks and ETFs, including gold miners. They also have money market funds that help you earn generous yield as rates continue to stay high. Now, one big trend is the rebirth of China's markets as the economic struggle gets more brutal. And if you're looking to buy stocks in the Hong Kong market, Longbridge is a good platform to start. You'll be able to enjoy lifetime commission-free trades in the Hong Kong market. Plus, you can also access the US markets and Singapore stocks as well. Longbridge has an exciting industry chain feature that I really enjoy. It allows you to identify potential investment opportunities across the supply chain. Discover key competitors of any company around. Best of all, if you sign up today, there are welcome rewards including free Apple and Nvidia shares. Deposit $2,000 for 30 days and execute 3 trades to get a bonus worth 125 Singapore dollars. In addition, enjoy an exclusive $18 cash coupon when you sign up and deposit the required amount. But that's not all. You will also get lifetime commission-free trading in the US stock market. So give Longbridge a try and start investing today. But there's also another problem. Because the US has tariffed the world, now Boeing is facing a higher cost of production for their planes as well. And the devastation is very real. Boeing depends a lot on imported components, and for the Boeing 787 Dreamliner, it's said that 60% of the components are sourced from overseas suppliers. You have wings from Japan, stabilizers from Italy, and avionics from the UK. And thanks to the tariffs, all these parts now cost at least 10% more to import in, and exporters won't eat the tariffs. This means the plane could now cost an additional $9 million more. That's a lot of money, especially when the whole economy is moving closer and closer towards a recession. Now that Boeing has lost China as a customer indefinitely, This would lead to a revenue crunch. It's likely they have to eat the tariffs across the board to bring in business. As if the situation can't get worse, we have now global airlines all over the world threatening to reject US planes thanks to Trump's trade war. And this is just horrible timing. Delta Airlines and Ryanair are saying they will delay deliveries of all their Boeing planes. The airline business is extremely price sensitive, especially when US consumers are on the brink of collapse. So things aren't looking good for US aviation companies. Boeing might be relegated to just building US fighter jets. The commercial market is getting out of reach the longer this tariff war drags on. But let's do an update on China's supply chain squeeze on US industries. Now, Trump's economic advisors have said many times that reshoring manufacturing is possible through the wonders of robots.
See, what's going to happen is robotics are going to replace the cheap labor that we've seen all across the world. I mean, think of what our factories did. They went to the cheapest labor in the whole world, slave labor, cheap labor, the worst environmental conditions, polluting the heck out of it. And then we bring back those cheap products here and we feel good about ourselves because we don't see the pain. But the pain is in our workers. The American workers have been given the raw deal. And what's going to happen now is we're going to build factories and we're going to train and we're going to have trade craft.
Ain't deal by no American workers. This is a hustle and a scam and a joke. They shipped them jobs over there, gutted the American manufacturing capacity so their buddies can get rich. Now they want war with the manufacturers of every fucking thing in the world. Time.
Going to do the greatest set of training ever. And our high school educated people, they're going to train to do robotics mechanics. It's kind of like a supercharged BMW mechanic, you know, like.
Now let's play along and say that Lightning is 100% right, that you can use robots to replace labor in everything from t-shirt and shoe manufacturing all the way to building cars. Well, you still need to build those robots, don't you? And the trade war is going to make it that much harder to make things happen. Firstly, China is ahead in robotics. They account for over half of global robot installations. According to Morgan Stanley, the supply chain for humanoid robot components are predominantly Chinese. China controls 63% of companies involved in actuator parts production and rare earths processing. So riddle me this, what are the odds of China sharing the technology with the US now? Beijing cutting US companies away from the Chinese market already shows a big decoupling between the two economies. How about if the US wants to build their own? How about just obtaining the raw materials for their critical industries? Well, China just made things even harder for Trump's reshoring plans. They have cancelled all critical exports of rare earth minerals and magnets. And these are critical inputs for US auto.
This was a great chess move. And the media are not really talking about this because they don't want to show the humiliation of the U.S. and president and the U.S. military. Most of our high-tech military equipment has rare earth minerals in it used to make it. Our missiles, advanced GPS systems that are able to track targets and blow them up. Yeah, you need rare earth minerals. Imagine these big dummies was getting the rare earth minerals from China to make their military equipment, and they start a trade war, and China just said, oh, you want to go, you want to fight? Okay, no more rare earth minerals, which you need for your military equipment. Now, wonder they trying to shake Zelensky down for rare earth minerals and threatening nations in Africa. See, they've been preparing for this, but China done struck first and said, oh, you're not getting any more.
Semiconductor and aerospace industries. So the entire spectrum of manufacturing is now compromised. The difference between how the trade war is being fought is night and day. Losing the US consumer market will be painful, but without the Chinese ecosystem, the US simply has no other alternatives. Trump's economy doesn't have the money, they don't have the time to build a new supply chain from scratch. That will also mean investing outside of the US, which is completely at odds with the promise of reshoring everything back home. And as it stands, the US still relies heavily on China. 70% of all rare earth components, compounds, and metals, they all come from Chinese suppliers.
70%. See, China is the rare earth dealer. See, while the US was just worried about stealing people oil and all that type of shit, been raging waging war for oil for 60. See, China written to the rare earth mineral business. The US, how dumb could they be? They're like, oh, let them have that. That ain't that. Now it's everything. That's crazy. Chinese is years. They was thinking years ahead. They're like, oh, let them fight over their oil. Sooner or later, they're gonna need these rare earth minerals, and we're gonna have the game in a headlock. 70% of it, you got to deal with China. These NATO military needs this, or they're not gonna be an advanced military. You'll fight with sticks and stones without this shit. That's crazy.
Certain metals like scandium and yttrium have a 100% dependency on China. Yttrium is used in US military, in quantum computing, and to make MRI machines. Scandium is necessary for fuel cells as well as to make alloys for spacecraft. If you want to build up your robotics industry, you will need rare earths, and by extension, that means you need China as well. There's no escaping this fact. That's why a desperate U-turn is needed in trade policy. Cutting trade with China goes beyond just losing all those cheap domestic goods. And even then, the White House had to claw back their electronic tariffs or really face a total collapse of many US companies. And why do you think the US is so desperate to sign the minerals deal with Ukraine? Why do you think Besson flew all the way to Kiev for that resource grab? Well, Justin Wolfers from Michigan U just outlined the disaster US industries would be facing.
You had was Trump imposing tariffs of 125% on China, which basically was a way of saying for an American manufacturing firm that wants to import goods, inputs from China, he's made it incredibly expensive. You know what China did? Actually, they said, more of the same. You're going to make it expensive. I'm going to make it impossible. So whatever Trump thought he was doing, the Chinese just did more of it. And of the exact same form. Look, these rare earth minerals are incredibly important. They're a critical input into a range of manufacturing. And it's China showing that it can exert incredible economic might by being strategic in the way it's using tariffs and surgical and really hitting American industry right where it hurts.
Hopefully, the Trump team sees the writing on the wall. Lutnick believes that he has a full house, but in fact, he probably has a pair of trees at the very best. But let me know what you think.
So here's a message to Louis Vuitton, Prada, Gucci, and every company that's claiming that China's lying about manufacturing everything in China for you. Prove it to the consumer. Walk into your factory in France and show us a massive factory with hundreds of workers, if not thousands, and show us that they're all starting from the beginning process, okay? Meaning from the very beginning, from the first stitch, from the first cut of cloth or leather. Show us.
When Trump made this speech the other night about all these world leaders coming to kiss his ass, made me embarrassed to be an American citizen.
Tesla pays $323 million a year in taxes to China for its Chinese plant. They pay $0 in United States taxes for their operations in the United States. But yet somehow, the single mother on food stamps is still the enemy.
You remember when Chinese netizens on Xiaohongshu told Americans that the reason why they're so obsessed with freedom of speech is because they don't have the privilege and the ability to make choices and decisions for themselves? Because it makes me think about the rise of the far-right movement.
They rob you blind and you thank them for it. That's a tragedy. That's a scam. That's why I'm saying this right now. Americans, you don't need a tariff. You need a revolution. For decades, your government and oligarchs only ship your job to China. Not for diplomacy, not for peace, but to exploit cheap laborers. And in the process, they hollowed out your middle class, crushed your working class, and told you to be proud while they sold your future for profit.
What is China teaching us? They are teaching us that when you know your value, when you know your worth, when you know that you are the real MVP, you don't have to go to war. All you have to do is speak the truth. Tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, and the truth will go to war for you. We better learn from China.
China just had the most unhinged response to Trump's tariffs. And I guess the Chinese government has our best interest at mind more than our own government does. So China has responded not with hostility towards American citizens.
Guys, the peasants have responded in kind with an instant tax refund policy for foreign travelers. Is China treating us better than our own country? When you shop in China, you're going to get 13% back instantly.
And so what this means is, let's say you'd pay $100 for goods here in the United States, Chinese goods. With a 145% tariff on that, now all in, you're in for $245. Or you could just go to China, go shopping, and then with the instant refund, only pay $80 for $100 worth of goods. What we're seeing here is China is really starting to open up to the world and focus on making their country very tourism friendly. And basically with this whole thing, they used to have a tax refund situation before, but they're just looking to make it much easier. And you would get the refund instantly at the store instead of at the airport on your way out.
You may have missed it, but President Trump's tariffs are coming for your small Shein or Temu orders and all those direct-to-consumer handbags and Tide Pods you're currently buying from China. It's all changing in the next few weeks, and it's very likely that you're the one who's ultimately going to have to pay for it. So let me explain what's going on. Those items are considered imports because, of course, they are not made in, nor do they originate from the United States. They're coming in from another country, right? Well, as we have all become very aware recently, imports are subject to tariffs, except you may have noticed that in the past, the items you've ordered from places like Shein or Temu and DHgate for yourself or your home or your small business don't normally get hit with those tariffs. Now, that's not a mistake. That's actually because Congress exempted certain imports under what's called the de minimis tax exemption. As of 2015, Congress amended the Tariff Act of 1930 to say imports that have a value of less than $800 can be exempt from certain duties, fees, tariffs, and other taxes. Why? Well, the logic is if Customs and Border Protection is having to go through your silly little $50 Shein order, trying to collect a minuscule tariff on that, they're taking time and resources away from monitoring what's coming into the United States on those huge cargo shipping containers. So for almost a decade, the U.S. government has said if the package has a value of less than $800, it's just not worth our time. And we all know because of that de minimis exemption, lots of small businesses and everyday Americans have been able to benefit by getting access to cheaper products from overseas. Well, as I said, that's about to end.
Yeah, the man from China that was showing us where the handbags come from, you know, the main guy, his accounts have been bananas. Sin bags too. Yup. And I'm wondering if this is going to start happening to a lot of these manufacturers that we are seeing come up on this app and give us all the tea about where to buy direct. Because this is the second one I've seen. I can't remember the name of the other person because I was going through my following list and unfollowing certain accounts that are not active or that have been, you know what I mean? So for this to happen, and we should have known it was coming. Like, honestly, we should have known because they weren't going to sit here and just let us get all this information straight from the source. They already don't want us on this app learning anything about what's going on in other countries or what the media is not showing us. And I'm kind of upset, though. I'm kind of upset that his account was bananaed. I certainly hope he appeals it. I certainly hope he gets his account back because people were following. They were getting all the tea, honey. They were putting in the orders, doing what they needed to do. So this is unfortunate. And I don't feel like it's the first that we're going to see. I feel like it's going to keep on happening. So keep an eye out for these accounts, y'all.
There are a lot of countries, including the US, now banning and blocking Chinese manufacturer websites. So a lot of people can't access it. So I'm going to teach you how to get to them without having to go through the traditional web. Number one, download this app. Number two, once you've downloaded it and set it up, go down to Discover, then go to Channel. Once you're in Channels, go to the search bar in the top, then type Chinese manufacturers. And voila, you'll see a bunch of them. Then you don't have to go through their websites. They'll give their WeChat out, and then you can just directly contact them on WeChat. Enjoy.
I feel like we're all kind of missing the lesson that China is teaching us on how to deal with a narcissist.
Question now is, can there be a deal with China? practically begging for negotiation, saying China wants a deal. He wants to hear from China.
I'm confused.
Revolutionary salute to our brother Brooklyn Zoo for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute to you. Appreciate you. Help me keep the lights on.
Is it China who wants the deal, or is it you realizing you done fucked up?
The Chinese government has not reached out. There's been simply no response.
And I'm glad China's not reaching out, because how the fuck do you try to bully somebody and be a narcissist and want them to respond positively to you? Bitch, fuck you.
And President Trump is calling President Xi his friend, but right now his friend is not picking up the phone.
So he thought he was going to gaslight Xi into answering his phone and now saying, but he's my friend. We ain't friends and we ain't enemies, but you'll be all right. And I have to say that I am loving how they have executed every single strategy beautifully when handling Donald Dick. And now I need other countries to follow suit with Mexico, Canada, and China, because this trash-ass administration has been doing too much bullshit in such a short time.
Many feel that China should just kiss the ring, so to speak. Just give up. Submit to the mighty USA. Just like what Japan did in the 80s and 90s when it became a threat to the hegemony of the mighty USA. But let me assure you, that's not going to happen. Because unlike Japan, China suffered greatly under the former colonial powers. Take, for example, the former British Empire that was in a trade deficit with China. The former British Empire was basically buying more than it was selling to China. A case of supply and demand, of mainly tea and porcelain. The problem was the British Empire, just like the USA today, did not like that. Even making claims that China was stealing their stuff, namely their wealth. So, the then British Empire instigated a Cold War, if you like, by becoming drug dealers. That's right, drug dealers. In this case, opium, which they grew in their colony of India and smuggled it into China, hence causing a drug epidemic all over China. Naturally, China wasn't happy about that, and it asked politely, given the strength of the British Empire, to stop it. But the then British Empire said, no, we're not going to.
Revolutionary salute to DJ370 for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute to you.
Stop it. In fact, we're going to escalate it, leaving China no choice but to start getting rid of this stuff that was killing the people of China. And in order to protect its drug dealership, the British Empire then declared war on China, killing many, many thousands, which resulted in the loss of Chinese territory, including Hong Kong. And that basically was the start of the humiliation of China by the former colonial powers. So given the devastating humiliation of China, let me assure you once more, China is not going to kiss the ring of the mafia.
I hope America wins. You know why? Because I moved here for the American dream.
Now, don't gloss over what he just said. China takes that very serious, and they never forgot what the fuck Britain did to their people by putting them on drugs. They call it the 100 years of shame and humiliation. They've never forgotten that. They real humble about that. but they never forgot what they did to their people.
I love it here. I love its people. I love its craziness. I know you guys are crazy, but I love it. My kids are born here. I love working here. I love learning the culture and experiencing the culture here. But it's sad to see the sadness, see it's declining. And there's so many idiots out there that doesn't understand what's going on. And I'm sorry, not all of you are like that, because there are many very hardworking, intelligent people, but your voice are not being heard. And if it takes a goddamn Chinese to unite y'all, to make America great again, then so be it. You have to understand, it's not just one country winning this. The world is connected. It's a win-win situation, and we need to understand that. So I hope it does. I hope America wins.
I can tell you why the trade war with China will ultimately fail for the U.S., period. Because Trump is ignorant of the history of the Chinese people. China suffered 100 years of domination by Western powers. When the Communist Party took over the country in 1949, they locked the world out to rebuild themselves. And it's taken 75 years to accomplish it. But China will never allow itself to be dominated as a colony the way Trump is trying to do it. When Trump made this speech the other night about all these world leaders coming to kiss his ass, made me embarrassed to be an American citizen. My fear is that the Chinese people will turn their back on America, on the United States. That we will lose an opportunity for the next generation to collaborate not only with China and Europe and Africa, but any major country in the world. And once that trust and camaraderie is lost, very hard to get.
It's the government they don't trust. It's the government. Putin already said this before. Xi Jinping understands this. North Korea understands this. The African revolutionaries understand this. It's the governments in America and in the West they don't trust. They have no problem with the people. And Putin already warned them. That's why Putin had told Biden if they got to go to war, they would hit those decision-making centers. They don't want to kill the American people. They already told them, if you force our hand, you're not going to be able to hide nowhere, because we absolutely going to target those in power, not the American people.
Get back. The way Trump has treated every nation in the world is that of a colonial master requiring the subject to bend over and kiss his ring. It's an embarrassment to the U.S. I'm ashamed of what we've come to. And if the American people don't wake up and get rid of this clown.
Revolutionary salute to our Queen Blanche for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, Queen. Salute to you.
We will never be a major country again.
Just in case you needed a reminder today, we're dealing with people who are celebrating the fact that their president is making everything more expensive with tariffs. They're celebrating it. They think they're winning. There's no point in arguing with pigs. They just get down and dirty and roll in the mud. And that's where they'll take you. Stay strong, elbows up.
I came to the States to study computer science. And then I don't know what gets into me. And I thought what America need is another lawyer. So I went to law school, become an attorney. And then I don't know what gets into me. And I thought what America need is a Chinese comedian, a Chinese telling jokes. But then, since American was getting so much false information about China, where I'm from. So before I can tell any jokes, I have.
Revolutionary salute to my brother Roscoe for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute to you.
To set the record straight. So I was
Love y'all.
seriously telling a little bit about China, the factual situation about China, most of the time before I can even tell a joke. And I think that's very funny.
At this point, I'm convinced that at least the stated reasons for concern of members of Congress about TikTok and the Chinese government possibly manipulating the algorithm and flooding us with quote unquote Chinese propaganda is true. That's true. The amount of Chinese manufacturers and their TikToks in English that I've seen this weekend, pulling back the curtain on luxury brands, how they're actually made, where they're actually made, what the materials actually are, what the cost to make these items actually is. My FYP has been flooded with that stuff. I mean, my FYP has been flooded with videos of Chinese electric cars and showing their far superiority to Teslas. So that didn't happen out of nowhere. And, so, okay. But, I think in President Xi of China, Donald Trump has finally found someone for whom Donald Trump's bullshit and bluster just simply have no effect. China's not going to back down on this war. They've matched Trump's tariffs pretty much dollar for dollar. And it's being reported, what's the date on this? Today, Sunday, the 13th of April, that China has suspended exports to the United States of certain rare earth minerals and magnets that are crucial for the world's auto, semiconductor, and aerospace industries. China has suspended these exports to semiconductor companies and military contractors. Oh, not just the United States, around the world. Shipments that are essential for assembling everything from cars and drones and robots and missiles have been halted at many Chinese ports while the Chinese government drafts a new regulatory system. Once in place, the new system could permanently prevent these kinds of supplies from reaching certain companies, including American military contractors. Yeah. On April 4th, the Chinese government ordered restrictions on the export of 6 heavy rare earth metals, which are refined entirely within China, as well as rare earth magnets, 90% of which are produced in China. The metals and special magnets made with them can now be shipped out of China only with special export licenses. Interesting. So, I've seen a lot of Chinese people and Americans of Chinese descent discussing kind of like the cultural impact of this within China. And I've seen some of the statements from President Xi, and Donald Trump just keeps saying, I'm waiting for him to call me. I'm waiting for him to call me. He is not going to call you, Donald. He is not going to call you. You started a trade war. You did this to them, and they're going to finish it. And they're going to humiliate you on the global stage. They are going to make you look to the rest of the world as weak and feckless and dumb and misguided and unguided as you actually are. Because I saw other reporting this morning. Where was that article? There was an article in Politico this morning that said White House insiders who surround Donald Trump reportedly have no idea what his end game is with this whole tariffs thing. It's like, if you're talking about bringing back American manufacturing, I mean, China is not operating on the cycle that we do with midterm elections every 2 years, presidential elections every 4 years, House, Senate, president. They don't have that cycle in China. So it's like, it would take a decade. If a company decided today they were going to relocate their manufacturing to the United States, it would take a decade for that to happen. You know, Trump's going to be gone in less than 4 years. So that's never going to happen. And he's like, he wants to equal out trade imbalances. Nobody surrounding him in the White House knows why he's doing this and what his definition of victory is. He doesn't even know what his definition of victory is here.
Oh, look, that good dinner, man. Salute, family.
And he's going to destroy the American economy. He's destroyed the faith and trust in the United States economy and investment world. That's going to take a decade or more to get back. And he did that in less than 2 weeks. Anyway, have a good Sunday.
I don't know what it's like to be in a coma, but I think I now understand. Why? Well, imagine being asleep for days, weeks, months, even years, and suddenly waking up and discovering what you once knew is no longer the case. What you thought was the truth, black and white, day and night, is no longer the case. And that sums up the citizens of the Western world. They are discovering for the first time, waking up from that coma, if you like, what the rest of us already knew. Yes, the New World Order has arrived.
What a conclusive statement. I've never heard something as beautiful as this. Yeah. So let me tell you, Americans watching this video, you should know this. And I know this should be common knowledge by the fact that things are happening and they are revealing who your country is, who your leaders are. You know what you need? I want to echo what this man from China said. What you need is a revolution, not tax, not tariffs, not more money. Because this is what you keep showing us. We are the richest country in the world. We have the greatest economy in the world. We are. So this greatness, it is something to work for. It is not something that you earn by suppressing other countries and subdue them to you. So greatness is achieved through hard work. And you can see how Chinese, through hard work, has been able to isolate themselves. You say they're communists, they separate themselves from others, they have no freedom of speech, but do you see where their freedom inside? Yeah, because freedom has to come from what you build inside, not from outside. You know, these pictures that you've been showing us about American greatness, and like right now, the world is more aware. So it's good for you and it will be liberating for you. I'm seeing that so many Americans are stressed about what is happening right now, but a liberating truth for you will be for you to stand for the truth and to convince yourself that you are not the greatest, but you can still work toward that greatness. Because there was a time that you used to be great. I was born just yesterday, so I don't know when and how that greatness happened and how it appeared and how it was achieved. But I just want to tell you that there is a possibility for you to be great, the greatness that you can be proud of, not the greatness that when you speak about, everyone is hurt. Everyone thinks about what you're doing in their different countries. No, the greatness that you work for is a greatness that is worth it. And China has shown us that. That's why we are standing for the truth. And it's time that you accept the truth as it is. Thank you for being here. Like, subscribe, share. I share educational videos on my platform. I didn't want to make it a commercial page because there's no one who has paid me to advertise for them after all. So yeah, that's what I wanted to communicate here. Thank you so much.
Let's go ahead and shift to tariffs. We have some new news this morning about China's retaliation. They have halted all, go ahead and put this up on the screen. They have halted all shipments of Boeing products. They're ordering Boeing jet delivery to be halted as the trade war expands. Boeing, I saw, was down on this news. And before we jump to the auto piece, Sagar, why don't you just go ahead and break down what you see as significant about this?
Well, advanced aerospace manufacturing and that was one of the gold standards where the United States still had somewhat of a leg up. The Chinese over the last decade have pumped billions and billions of dollars into being able to develop their own competitor to Airbus and to Boeing. They don't want their airline or aerospace industry to be reliant on U.S. supply chains and on design specifically. So the reduction in Boeing is two things. First of all, as of 2025, quote, China accounts for 20 to 25% of Boeing's global aircraft deliveries. So the flagship United States aerospace company just took a 25% haircut on its overall delivery of corporate jets. So that's number one. Number two is that the Airbus stock is soaring right now, which further means that Airbus, the major European competitor, and frankly, much better safety record, can we all admit that, in the last decade or so, is one that's going to be the major beneficiary. Meanwhile, the Chinese are also going to be pumping significant, even more amounts of the technology development into their industry at home. So this is an alignment against the United States. This is part of why I'm so upset about the, quote, implementation of all of these tariffs. In an ideal tariff regime, we want Boeing to thrive. Boeing should be the flagship of America's industry in the way that it was in the 1940s and all the way through the 1970s before deregulation and combination and stock buybacks and all of that other. It was a gold standard. It was like something that everyone could aspire to from a jobs perspective and producing, and this is the best thing, the most important and the best products. Already we've moved away from that. But despite legacy, of course, they're still able to develop and to pump out quite a few. To be cut off in the interim, there is no plan by the government today to save Boeing. And look, I get it. You know, people have animus towards Boeing. We talked about the whistleblowers, et cetera. We can still reform. It's still very important. We need an aerospace company. Can we all admit that? We need to fly, people. You know, we can't be reliant on the Europeans and on the Brazilians to be shipping us jets that are flying us all over our country. Not possible in terms of any sort of defense industrial base. So this is the exact scenario where Boeing, flagship American advanced manufacturing, the exact type of industry, is taking a haircut as a result of the tariff with no plan to actually help Boeing do anything in the future.
And it's also,
that's the problem that we have.
And China kind of kills two birds with one stone here, because not only do they hobble a critical industry for us, but they also bolster the Europeans.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
At a time when, you know, again, if you were going to do this intelligently and you were going to try to go directly at China, you would want to have the world on your side. You would, rather than being out there insulting people and throwing tariffs all around at everybody across the board, et cetera. And so this is an opportunity also for China to give the Europeans something that is beneficial for them as well. At the same time, the tariff roller coaster is far from over. President Trump now, in addition to the exemptions of various high-tech things that benefit like Apple and NVIDIA, now he's also considering some possible exemptions with regard to the auto tariffs. Let's go ahead and listen to that.
So President Trump says that car makers might need a little bit more time. When he was asked about any potential exemptions coming in the future, he added that he's looking at something to help the car companies where they're switching parts that were made in Canada and Mexico to the U.S. Of course, a big push of President Trump's tariffs plan is to reshore production, but that's been particularly difficult for car makers, where particularly when we're looking at the USMCA compliant goods, North America trade between Canada and Mexico, considering that car parts pass between the border so many times. So one, we have the current Canada and Mexico tariffs that are in place, but also those auto-specific sector tariffs that went into place last month under Section 232, where we saw a 25% auto tariff across the board. So it does appear that President Trump is opening up a little leeway here, potentially for negotiations to get underway. We know that the big three automakers in particular have been lobbying this White House for months. You'll recall during President Trump's State of the Union address in February, he had said that they were in his office and they called him. That's when he announced that initial reprieve, but then ended up putting those tariffs on.
And so again, this shows you the way this works. The big three automakers, they're able to get them on the phone. They're able to say, hey, this is going to be a freaking disaster for us because these parts cross the border multiple times. The cost of a vehicle is going to skyrocket like tens of thousands of dollars if these actually go into place. And so he hears them out and is potentially walking back temporarily some of the, but they're not exemptions, Sagar, don't worry. Some of the auto tariffs.
Yeah, this is, again, what's happening? The tariffs are on, they're off, they're 20%, they're 25%, now they're exempted, maybe they're not exempted. There's the USMCA, there's fentanyl. Nobody has any idea. And what most people are doing, and I'm telling you, this is obvious, they're just stopping all shipping. Anything coming to America, they're like, hold it over there and we'll figure it out. Go ahead and put C3, please, up on the screen so you guys can see this. This is the week over week drop in ocean bookings. 50%. Overall U.S. imports down 64%. Overall U.S. exports down 30%. U.S. imports from China down 64%. U.S. exports to China down 36%. That's just in a week, okay? It could fall to 100. Inventory. Does anybody remember this little term called just-in-time delivery that we all learned about during COVID? Did anything change? Does anyone want to tell me? Did anything change in the last 5 years? No, it didn't. It actually got worse. And so what does that mean? It means that we don't have stockpiles. We talked yesterday a lot about rare earth minerals, still a very important conversation. What did we learn from the rare earth mineral discussion is that American companies, basically because they run on a cash and a stock basis, refuse to stock up. We don't have a supply chain. We have no refining ability. We have no ability basically to make up for this in the overnight way that China has cut us off from it. It will obviously have cascading effects throughout our supply chain. A lot of this stuff matters, especially for cars, for batteries. It's a full court press. The Chinese, again, I have to respect them and their competence. They know exactly where to hit us hard. The number one industry we care the most about is aerospace advanced manufacturing. That's like gold standard for the defense industrial base. So what do? Screw you, Boeing. Before that, semiconductors, make sure you cut off all the minerals that you need there. Hope the South Koreans and the Japanese can bail us out. From people I've spoken to, they have stockpiles of their own, but they don't necessarily want to sell it to us. Now what do? Semiconductors and then cars. That was the final one for magnets and other things that are necessary. That is a direct attack, by the way, at Tesla stock because they need those to be able to build all of the cars that they do here in America. All three of the things are targeting the growth industries, the manufacturing industries, and the exact type of things that we can point to and say, this is how tariffs could be working and could be saving. And that's what they're attacking. And we have no policy right now to actually help any of it on the back end.
That's exactly right. So interestingly, Sean Fain, who's the head of the United Auto Workers, he has been defending the tariffs. He'll say, I'm not, just with regard, I think he tries to make it like just with regards to the auto industry. He recently went on MSNBC. It was one of these panel shows where you've got like Alicia Menendez, Simone Sanders, and Michael Steele, I think. And they're all trying to spar with him over his position with regard to these tariffs. Let's go ahead and take a listen, guys. This is C2 to a little bit of how that went down.
Let's talk about the realities of what, and this is the thing, I've been reading a lot of this lately. Going back, in 1992, I voted for Ross Perot. You know why I voted for Ross Perot? For one reason, because he was the only candidate that talked about how devastating NAFTA would be to American jobs and to our manufacturing base. And he talked about that giant sucking sound. I've read this book here in the last week, save your jobs, save our country. Why NAFTA must be stopped now. What's interesting? Since then, Ross Perot's become a prophet. Since NAFTA was inception in 1993, we've lost 90,000 manufacturing facilities in this country, millions of jobs. And these weren't, low-end jobs. These were jobs that paid decent wages, had good benefits, retirement security.
No, I agree with you.
They built communities.
But here's my thing.
But here's the deal.
NAFTA was 30 years ago. The situation that we are dealing with right now, and I agree with you. I'm on the side of the folks that said this did the American workers wrong. Absolutely. But right now we are dealing with a situation where it's not, these are blanket tariffs. We are dealing with a situation where manufacturing is not going to come back in 2 weeks. So I am really struggling to understand how UAW has aligned itself with Trump on this.
So first off, NAFTA is still causing us to lose jobs in this country.
That's true.
Our broken trade system is still causing us to lose jobs in this country. And no one from either party has been willing to even address the issue for 30 plus years. That's the first thing. And we support tariffs as a tool in the toolbox, not the end all be all. We got to fix the broken trade system. But tariffs are a motivator to make these companies do the right thing. When we're talking auto, I can't speak for, penguins and all this other crazy stuff going on, but I'll speak to what I know. And, when we talk about parts, there's an exclusion for parts sector right now. The reason there's an exclusion is because we've been talking with the administration about how to make these tariffs work, and they've been working with us on that.
It's frustrating to me watching this exchange. I would love if Sean Fain would come on the show. I'd love to have a conversation with him. I'm sympathetic. There's nothing that he says there that is incorrect about NAFTA and about its impact specifically on the auto industry, about the fact that these terrible trade deals continue to harm American workers. All of that is completely accurate. The question is then, what are you going to do about it? And if you're just doing this chaotic, tariffs are on, they're off, they're across the board, they're not across the board, 145% for China, yes auto, no auto, et cetera, it's only going to make the situation for American workers worse across the board. And the auto industry is one where, if Trump was just targeting okay, we're going to restore the auto industry, here's how we're going to do it, and it was intelligent and coupled with industrial policy, as we've talked about, I would support it. I supported Trump's tariffs in the first term. I supported Biden's tariffs in his term. I would support something like that. That is not what we're talking about. So I don't think you can afford in this time to ignore the rest of what is going on with these tariffs, because they are going to hurt. They are going to be a regressive tax on working class people. They're going to hurt workers much more than they help workers. And the other thing is, if you listen to Trump talk, and I get into some of this today in my monologue, he doesn't want to restore the 1950s height of post-war manufacturing. At that time, you had about 50% unionization in terms of factory workers. So you had a lot of labor power. You had an expanding social safety net. You had a post-war global economy where the U.S. was kind of the only game in town because so many other countries had been completely devastated. But that's not what he's looking to restore. And you can tell that by the fact that he's a union buster and by that DOGE is gutting the government so that it can't regulate big business. He wants to go back, and he talks about this, to the Gilded Age. He wants to go back to the time before there were labor regulations, before there were child labor regulations, when, it was before the progressive era, when you really have a large union movement and labor power, and before there was an income tax. That's what he wants to go back to. And, these sort of sweatshop jobs, because there's nothing inherent about factory jobs that makes them good jobs. It was the particular moment in time, and also the fact that we had this very large union movement. You have to have all of those pieces if you're actually going to restore something good for American workers. Trump has no interest in any of that. He wants to go in the complete opposite direction. So, listen, I get where Sean Fain's coming from. I've seen him be very critical of Trump in other areas. I understand his mindset, but this from Trump is going to completely go in the opposite direction of what you would want from American workers. And we already know, because we've seen Stellantis already do layoffs as a consequence of these tariffs.
The difficulty for him is he has to support tariffs conceptually. And look, I get it. Like you said, in the position that he's in on MSNBC, people who are totally against tariffs. And he's like, no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm calling for is X, Y, and Z tariff combined with this policy. The difficulty that you run into is that with the chaos of the Trump administration now, at this point, you never know whether a tariff is on or not. You literally, and the funny thing is, even the automakers don't know. They have to call their lawyers and be like, what's the guidance from the White House today? And then the next day Trump comes out and like, actually, there's no exceptions. And you're like, oh, okay. I mean, how can you do business or employ people?
How is the domestic auto market going to be if we're in a recession?
Right. Exactly.
So how's that going to be for, workers and layoffs? And, what level of investment in the US do you think that you typically get during a recession, which is what he is actively courting and what we may already be tipping into based on some of the estimates.
Yeah, I mean, 2009 killed GM and Stellantis. They destroyed them. They really never came back.
Yeah, that's
Ford, you got to hand it to them. They were able to climb out and they never took any government money. I remember reading a really good book about how they were able to handle it, but they're the exception and they're not the rule. The U.S. auto industry really never recovered from that. And then there was that whole cash for clunkers thing
they had
that
to come
destroyed
in and
the
get a
used
bailout,
car market.
remember?
It was a disaster. Yeah, it was all bad.
The bailout was very unpopular at the time, but then it ended up being was one of those things that the Obama administration kind of took a risk on, because when it was being proposed, it was actually really profoundly unpopular, but they did it anyway to save those jobs, and it ended up being obviously the right call.
Yeah, I don't know. I still think there should have been if you look at the net effect, GM and Stellantis, like Ford has been an actual decent success. GM and Stellantis, yes, they paid the money back and all of that, but like in terms of saving the jobs and the industrial base and all that, didn't really happen. I mean, they did close a lot of plants. They closed them in the interim, but in a 5-year overall period, a lot of those jobs did get eventually outsourced. A lot of them went to Mexico and or to China. Globalization just ate away at it. And the worst part is they don't create the good products. Like their products are bad even today. And you can see if you with respect to all these other car manufacturers around the world, like they laugh at them. So it would
have been such a calamity for Michigan.
I'm not disagreeing.
Yeah.
I think it was right to save the job, but there should have been a much more concerted effort to make sure that they're globally competitive. And it just didn't happen. And now we are where we are today, some 15 years later, where you have BYD, Xiaomi, these other people, GM and stuff. They can't make an electric car that's decent to save their life. They make it for like $90,000. It's a piece of shit. Nobody would want to buy it. And so, yeah, we're in a tough spot here in our car industry. It's not good.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
I have written another article for New Eastern Outlook. It is titled Worst Case Scenario, Trump Tariffs Walling U.S. Off Ahead of Wider World Conflict. A lot of people are looking at these tariffs and they're wondering what is going on, because at face value, it doesn't really seem to make sense. And so what I went about doing was looking for a probable explanation for why the U.S. would seemingly be doing something that doesn't make sense. A lot of people just attribute it to the random nature of President Donald Trump's mind and how it works. But I think if you're really looking deeply enough into all of this, you know that President Trump isn't making any decisions at all on his own. This is all predetermined policy laid out in extreme detail well before he ever stepped foot into office. And so there is something much greater to all of this than just some random, poorly conceived policy blurted out by President Trump and his administration. So let's get into it. With the rollout of sweeping U.S. tariffs, as always, I'm going to read the article. I'm going to show you the sources that I'm citing, and I will add additional information when and if necessary. So let's begin. With the rollout of sweeping U.S. tariffs aimed at nations worldwide, economists and geopolitical analysts alike are astounded by what, at face value, looks like irrational self-sabotage attributed to incompetence within the White House. In reality, the tariffs are a central pillar of bipartisan foreign, trade, and economic policy implemented first during the previous Trump administration, continued and even expanded upon during the following Biden administration, before being expanded further still under this current Trump administration, rather than a random idea that formed in the mind of President Donald Trump himself or among those within his cabinet. Sweeping tariffs are the stated policy of unelected corporate financier interests, articulated in depth within the pages of special interest funded think tank documents, including Heritage Foundation's Project 2025 paper under Chapter 26 Trade Policy. I have talked about Project 2025 often. It is produced by the Heritage Foundation. You come down here, you can see right here, the Heritage Foundation 2023-2024. This was before President Trump even stepped foot in office. And you can see there's a whole table of contents. It covers absolutely everything. All of this about supposedly shutting down USAID and Voice of America, that is in here. This was all about streamlining these tools, consolidating them under the State Department, not eliminating them. That's what it says here, and that is what the Trump administration almost verbatim did once in office. Everything in here about preparing for war with China, dumping the Ukraine conflict onto Europe, not to end it, but to just get the Europeans to do America's dirty work for them. It's all in here. Every single thing the Trump administration is doing is articulated in this paper, including tariffs under this section, trade. And the specific chapter is here. The link to this is in the video description below. You can read the entire chapter yourself. It is 59 pages long, hundreds and hundreds of pages worth of documentation as part of Project 2025. This is where President Trump is getting his policies. They're not his policies. They are the deep state's policies. The Heritage Foundation is one of several large corporate-funded think tanks. These are corporate monopolies that run U.S. foreign and domestic policy, no matter who is in the White House, no matter who controls Congress. This is how U.S. foreign and domestic policy is formed. These are the interests driving it. And these are the interests, the Trump administration, the Biden administration before it, President Obama, President Bush, so on and so forth. These are the interests they work for, which is why there is continuity of agenda. That is why, even though the rhetoric will change from one presidency to the next, the same agenda is being pursued, just presented to the American people with different types of propaganda. The policy, far from a sound plan to reindustrialize America or genuinely balance America's trade deficit, is instead meant to maintain America as, and this is a direct quote from Chapter 26, the world's dominant superpower. A lot of people out there are laboring under the delusion that President Trump wants to end American hegemony abroad and focus inward on America, make America great again. That's not what he's doing. Project 2025, he is ripping all of his policies from, is focused on maintaining the U.S. as the world's dominant superpower. It is an irrational and unsustainable, unobtainable objective. But this is what these special interests are still pursuing. And that is why policies enacted under the previous Biden administration, now this Trump administration, reflect this. The paper claims that to maintain that global positioning and thereby best protect the homeland and our own democratic institutions, it is critical that the United States strengthens its manufacturing and defense industrial base at the same time that it increases the reliability and resilience of its globally dispersed supply chains that will necessarily require the onshoring of a significant portion of production currently offshored by American multinational corporations. While this seems to at first suggest a general reindustrialization of America's economy, none of the actual measures required to do so are discussed with any serious attention, or any attention at all for that matter. Measures such as the sweeping education reforms and massive state investments in infrastructure and industry required to actually reindustrialize America. If you really wanted to reindustrialize America, if you wanted to balance the trade deficit with these other nations, you would have to look at your education system and completely reorganize it, not dismantle the Department of Education, which, by the way, is also a directive under Project 2025. That was not President Trump's idea. That was Project 2025. That is a deep state objective that President Trump obediently carried out or oversaw or presided over. The policies described within the pages of Project 2025 and now being implemented further under the current U.S. administration are meant instead to disrupt global economic activity, including trade and industry, particularly those of China, while compelling industry abroad to be moved to the United States. So in other words, you're not revamping education, educating Americans, preparing them for high-tech jobs, revitalizing industry. You are creating chaos abroad, forcing industry abroad to transplant itself onto American shores, including with all of those workers at those factories abroad coming to the United States. And an example of this is semiconductor manufacturer TSMC, which is based on the Chinese island province of Taiwan, which was forced to move facilities to Arizona in the continental United States. A combination of poor infrastructure, weak supply chains, and a lack of skilled workers have caused massive budget and schedule overruns, as well as necessitating the movement of hundreds of workers from Taiwan to the United States to fill roles American employees are incapable of fulfilling themselves. Similarly, beginning in 2014 with the US engineered overthrow of Ukraine's elected government and the triggering of a proxy war with the Russian Federation, subsequent sanctions applied by the US and Europe, and the deliberate destruction of the Nord Stream pipelines have crippled the latter's supply of cheap Russian hydrocarbons. This has forced European manufacturing to relocate to the United States, as DW in its 2023 article in Is German Industry Migrating to the US noted. That is this article right here. And that article said, one is the increase in geopolitical tension. So again, American-created chaos. Many German companies see the US as a safe harbor. Other reasons are the comparatively low energy costs and the very generous subsidies provided under the Inflation Reduction Act. So the US government is providing subsidies for these companies to move over, plus the US destroyed the Nord Stream pipelines, making energy extremely expensive in Europe and making, at the time, more expensive American energy cheaper relative to the now increased price of energy in Europe. In the long term, as more industry is forced to move from regions of the world like Asia and Europe to the United States through a combination of US tariffs and geopolitical sabotage, stress on America's insufficient infrastructure, supply chains, human resources, as well as inadequate education and healthcare systems will only increase. Even if sufficient resources are channeled into improving any or all of the above fundamental factors for transplanting industry to the United States, it will still take years to catch up. In the short term, as a now 8-year spanning policy of imposing tariffs and triggering trade war has demonstrated, an already immense cost of living crisis is set to expand even further, impacting the lives of tens of millions of Americans already struggling with grocery bills, rent, fuel, healthcare, and education, and actually much more. And I have heard people claim that these most recent tariffs are going to cause short-term pain for the American people. But the fact is, this pain has been ongoing for the last 8 years. It started with tariffs under the Trump administration. The Biden administration kept every single one of those tariffs in place, just to show you how bipartisan all of this is. This is continuity of agenda. The Biden administration loaded additional tariffs on top of that, and now the Trump administration is placing even more tariffs on top of that. So the pain is just starting, has not even begun yet, and has already been going on for 8 years. So it's not going to be short term. We're talking about almost already a decade of pain. So there's nothing short term about it. Washington's obsession is with China, not with making America great again. The success the US has achieved in undermining and stripping away European industry is almost certainly guiding a much larger and more ambitious policy worldwide, ultimately in regards to China. Project 2025 lists a number of actions to be taken in regards to China specifically, including strategically expand tariffs to all Chinese products and increase tariff rates to levels that will block out made in China products, and execute this strategy in a manner and at a pace that will not expose the US to a lack of access to essential products like key pharmaceuticals. So they're trying to strangle out made in China products while somehow trying to find alternatives for these products, not necessarily American made, but just alternatives except for Chinese products. The whole system that the US created at the end of the Cold War was meant to exploit and subordinate all of these nations to the US, including and especially China. It was supposed to be America's factory. The problem is that the Chinese people worked their way out from under that subordination. And they began creating their own companies, not only able to do the same things American companies can do, but do it better and on a larger scale, more effectively, more efficiently, and for cheaper. In other words, outcompeting the Americans, beating them at their own game. And so the US, instead of finding a way to compete fairly with China, they just want to strangle China out of existence. That's what this is about. This isn't about capitalism versus communism. This is about the US losing at their own game and being sore losers at that. What else did Project 2025 recommend? Ban all Chinese social media apps such as TikTok, WeChat, which pose significant national security risk and expose American consumers to data and identity threat, which is all a lie. It is because US social media platforms cannot compete with Chinese platforms. China is doing everything America can do better. So instead of finding a way to compete, we're just admitting that China is making better products. It is a larger country, larger industrial base, millions more graduates in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics every single year than the US. They are going to be bigger and better than the US. Just accept it. Like every other country has for decades accepted that the US was bigger and more powerful. Now it's America's turn to accept that there is a nation out there that is bigger, stronger, and better than it. This is reality, accepting reality. There's nothing wrong with that. Living on in denial and adopting a zero-sum game against a nation that is bigger and stronger and better than you is the definition of insanity. Obsession and insanity. It also suggested systematically reduce and eventually eliminate any U.S. dependence on communist Chinese supply chains that might be used to threaten national security, such as medicine, silicon chips, rare earth minerals, computer motherboards, flat screen displays, and military components. Also, significantly reduce or eliminate the issuance of visas to Chinese students or researchers to prevent espionage and information harvesting. So these were ideas that were floating around in the deep state think tanks that now the Trump administration and Congress are now rolling out and trying to implement right now. The last several months, every single one of these has been discussed, either implemented, attempted to have implemented, or are planning on implementing. All of which are either now US policy or are being transformed into US policy under the current Trump administration. China's manufacturing base has made everything from pharmaceuticals and everyday consumer products to construction materials and major infrastructure projects affordable for nations around the globe. Hundreds of millions of people are benefiting. Billions of people are benefiting from this. Rapidly improving living standards globally. I live in Thailand. I can see this with my own eyes. The world collectively sees cooperation with China as an opportunity. Because of China's large population, which is larger than the G7 combined, its massive and still growing industrial base, and its world-class infrastructure, the US sees China as a threat, not in terms of any sort of genuine national security concern, but in terms of maintaining America as, again, directly taken from Project 2025 and repeated by members of the Trump administration, the world's dominant superpower, maintaining America as the world's dominant superpower, as per Project 2025 and other policy papers sponsored by America's unelected corporate and financier monopolies. Such papers declare China as a serious existential threat, another direct quote from Project 2025, not to America as a nation state or to the American people, both of which would only benefit, as the rest of the world has, from cooperation with China, but to the deeply entrenched corporate financier monopolies, no longer able to compete with not only Chinese goods and services, but those in nations rising alongside China, everywhere from Latin America to Africa and across the whole of Eurasia. So what is the worst case scenario? A lot of people are trying to figure out what the Trump administration is trying to achieve through these sanctions. Are they just blindly and officially trying to protect these deeply entrenched corporate financier monopolies from competition from around the globe? That is possible, but is there more to it? I believe that there is. While the most immediate and intuitive explanations for growing U.S. tariffs against nations worldwide stem from protecting uncompetitive but deeply entrenched corporate financier monopolies within the U.S., from increasing foreign competition, or a specific strategy to contain China's growing economic influence worldwide, there's a much more concerning possibility being overlooked by many. The U.S. decoupling from a global economy it seeks to deliberately destroy through a combination of economic and actual warfare. The obvious and growing impact tariffs will have on the cost of living crisis in the United States represents a high and unsustainable cost politically, socially, and economically for the United States. So much so that little else besides anticipation ahead of a major conflict could justify such costs as acceptable. A lot of people believe, and this could be true, although US elections are meaningless otherwise, that President Joe Biden suffered and Kamala Harris suffered in the last election because of the rising cost of living. And this was blamed on President Biden's economic policies. But what were his policies? His policies were maintaining all of the Trump tariffs and then adding more to it, and then setting the stage for President Trump in his next term in office to add even more tariffs on top of that. So when you really think about it, this was a collective effort by both the Trump and Biden administrations, but President Biden got the blame because it was accelerating out of control under his administration. It continues to accelerate out of control under the Trump administration, but they still have the ability to blame it on the aftermath of the Biden administration. That is a window that will close very soon. Were the US preparing for the deliberate destruction of the current global economic system or large-scale war with one or more of its declared adversaries, decoupling itself from the global economy first on its own terms ahead of time, especially in terms of America's dependence on China for supply chains, including all throughout its military-industrial base, would be a necessary prerequisite. So that is the most obvious reason these tariffs would be imposed in the way that they are. They are predicting, anticipating a global economic collapse that they want to wall the American economy off from ahead of time. It's like two ships. You want to ram your ship into their ship. They don't think that you would do that because that's insane. You have ordered the crew to shut all of the compartments, all the watertight compartments in your ship ahead of ramming this other ship, hoping that they didn't even think about doing it because they didn't even think you would be crazy enough to do this in the first place. When you ram into that ship, you will do serious damage to your ship, even critical damage, but their ship will be sunk altogether. You will come out on top, even though you will have sustained serious damage. This is an analogy to what the US is doing with these tariffs. Not just tariffs, but its general global policy of sowing chaos, death, and destruction, instability worldwide among both its adversaries and its supposed allies. The above-mentioned example of semiconductor manufacturer TSMC building a factory in Arizona is admittedly a means of hedging against the possibility of war destroying TSMC facilities in Taiwan itself. U.S. policymakers have even stated publicly that if China itself did not destroy the facilities, the U.S. would deliberately do so to deny China access to them. And I'm not kidding. There were literally articles like this in the Business Insider. U.S. would destroy Taiwan's semiconductor factories rather than letting them fall into China's hands, former National Security Advisor says. And Elbridge Colby, who is now getting, again, another position within this current Trump administration and had a position in the previous Trump administration, he has said things like this over and over again. There was a paper published by the U.S. Army War College in 2021 titled Broken Nest, Deterring China from Invading Taiwan. And it would explain, and that's this paper right here. It would explain the United States and Taiwan should lay plans for a targeted scorched earth strategy that would render Taiwan not just unattractive if ever seized by force, but positively costly to maintain. This would be done most effectively by threatening to destroy facilities belonging to the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, TSMC, the most important chip maker in the world and China's most important supplier. So they're talking about they're going to save Taiwan by scouring the surface of Taiwan of all industry, infrastructure, and human life. It sounds pretty drastic. So when people say, Brian, it sounds kind of drastic to suggest that these tariffs are meant to decouple from the world economy before deliberately trying to destroy it. That they literally have a strategy like this that they have articulated publicly and over again in regards to Taiwan as a microcosm. And that's what I say. This represents a microcosm of much wider preparation spurred on by this most recent and otherwise unnecessarily extreme tariff policy. The tariffs and associated policies targeting China specifically not only serve to help minimize the impact on the US itself if and when military conflict begins, it may be believed it can even help weaken China beforehand. As drastic as this sounds, it should be remembered that the US is already currently engaged in a massive military buildup versus China in the Asia-Pacific region. Again, US forces, tens of thousands of them, are closer to Chinese shores than they are to America's own shores. The US has also been engaged in years of undeclared proxy war with China through the use of terrorists and militants across Eurasia, used to target and destroy Chinese Belt and Road Initiative infrastructure, Chinese engineers working on BRI projects, and local security attempting to protect them. The US is developing and deploying new weapons designed specifically for a near future conflict with China. And this use of terrorists against Chinese Belt and Road infrastructure, this has been taking place for years and years in southwest Pakistan, in a region called Baluchistan, and the US is fighting a dirty war against Myanmar, and the militants it's using to do so have repeatedly targeted Chinese investments and Belt and Road Initiative infrastructure. So there's already a hot proxy war taking place between the US inflicted upon China, and China has not reacted in kind to the US. It is not waging its own proxy war against the US. Not only that, the US is preparing for a very particular type of conflict with China, one targeting Chinese maritime shipping worldwide rather than taking on the Chinese military itself, along or within its shores and borders. Several major steps have already been taken by multiple US presidential administrations, including the Obama administration, now 2 Trump administrations, and the previous Biden administration, in regards to what would be a worldwide blockade of Chinese maritime shipping. And people have said, Brian, if the US blocks Chinese maritime shipping worldwide, that would implode the entire global economy. Well, now you can see why the US is trying to wall itself off from the entire global economy, not just China, Russia, and its declared adversaries, but also Europe, Latin America, other countries that it claims are its allies. The Obama administration's pivot to Asia began the transformation of America's military forces from one organized around the decades-long war on terror to a fighting force tailored for conflict with peer and near-peer competitors. During the first Trump administration, the U.S. withdrew from arms control treaties, allowing for the development and deployment of treaty-violating missiles ranging from anti-ballistic missile defenses to intermediate and long-range missiles now being deployed across the Asia-Pacific. During the Biden administration, the entire U.S. Marine Corps, I pointed this out many times before, this is a BBC article about it from 2023, was transformed from a combined arms expeditionary fighting force to one custom-tailored specifically for anti-shipping missions in the Asia-Pacific region, replacing its tanks and infantry forces with anti-shipping missile forces through the creation of Marine littoral regiments designed for littoral maneuver and sea denial operations amid peer and near-peer conflict. The U.S. Air Force had also begun implementing strategies during the Biden administration, continuing under this current Trump administration, including its Agile Combat Employment, or ACE strategy, to disperse U.S. air power across the Asia-Pacific region among larger numbers of air bases, and this includes building new air bases to achieve this, to make it more difficult for China to target and destroy U.S. air power in the event of armed conflict. And in just the last several months, in addition to the growing U.S. military presence across the Asia-Pacific region, the current Trump administration has taken drastic measures to choke maritime shipping globally by expanding U.S. military forces in the Middle East, targeting both the Red Sea and the Strait of Hormuz, and creating a pretext to do so in both accounts, fighting Ansar Allah in Yemen and this military buildup against Iran. The potential annexation of Greenland, specifically citing Russian and Chinese shipping as an impetus, as well as the seizure of the Panama Canal specifically to counter China. So you can see the Trump administration is openly and with absolute indifference to how insane it sounds, is just talking about seizing areas around the globe to control these choke points and eventually close them off to Chinese shipping. It is so obvious that this is what they're doing. They have put all of the pieces in place, and it only makes sense if this is what they were putting all these pieces in place to do. While a global tariff policy to wall off the U.S. economy from its own premeditated destruction of the global economy is a drastic policy, the complete reorganization of U.S. military forces, specifically for war with China, along with the seizure of key maritime choke points worldwide, are equally drastic and make sense only as part of a strategy to precipitate that destruction. Empire in terminal decline throughout human history has suffered from dangerous desperation. In the 21st century, the US represents a modern-day empire in terminal decline, one armed with nuclear weapons, a global spanning military, and in control of global economic tools capable of destroying the entire global system, rather than concede its role placed above it. The goal would be to survive the controlled demolition of the global order it has presided over for decades and emerge the strongest player best positioned for establishing itself once again as the world's dominant superpower. For the rest of the world and the emerging multipolar world order, it is pursuing a combination of deterrence, alternative economic, trade, and financial systems, and an opposing strategy of walling off and protecting economies and populations from American economic and actual warfare will be required. The US is preparing to subject its own population, as well as those of its supposed allies, to immense long-term economic, social, and political pain. The cost of living crisis in the US will only grow worse. The US hopes that it can endure economic pain and disruption at home and abroad better than the emerging multipolar world can. Multipolarism's survival will depend on proving otherwise. And that's where my article ends. I think that is a good place to end it. If you think you have a better theory as to why the US is imposing such global spanning tariffs, essentially creating economic chaos and walling itself off from the rest of the world, if you think you have a better theory as to why the US is doing that, please share it in the comment section below. I would really love to see that and consider it. In the meantime, we'll just have to keep a close eye on all of this. And remember, if you are not looking at the policy papers that all of these administrations, regardless of being Democrat or Republican, left or right, if you're not looking at these policy papers, and if you're not listening to the congressional hearings that take place every single month, often bringing in people from these think tanks to ask questions of, then you are attempting to do geopolitical analysis almost as if you were trying to read tea leaves. It is almost impossible to know what is happening just based on public statements made by politicians we all know are serial liars. You have to look at the policy papers. You have to listen to the hearings. The US empire is too large to keep secret. These policy papers are not secret. They are published publicly. These hearings are done publicly. They have YouTube channels that cover these hearings for free. You can listen to the whole thing. They know the public won't listen, though, which is kind of a way of hiding all of this out in the open, knowing no one's going to look at it or consider it. And people's emotions are always going to sway them to a greater extent than the actual facts, the blueprints that are laid out for US empire for now and into the future. I really would like people to consider spending a little bit more time looking at those policy papers and listening to these hearings, hearing it for yourself, and then drawing your conclusions from that. And so if you're going to share a theory with me in the comment section, please make sure that it is based on policy papers and on congressional hearings and not on public statements that are meant to manipulate us and deceive us. If you thought this video was useful, please like and share. Think about
US President Donald Trump imposed high tariffs on countries all around the world, essentially declaring a global trade war on the 2nd of April, which he dubbed Liberation Day. Then, just a few days later, Trump paused the tariffs that he imposed on most countries around the world, imposing a blanket tariff of 10% on all countries. But then he focused specifically on China, hitting China with tariffs of 145%. This would have been catastrophic for the US economy, given that the United States imports more goods from China than from any other country. And almost immediately after Trump declared what was essentially a nuclear trade war against China, he backtracked. He took a major step back, and essentially he acknowledged defeat in the trade war that he initiated. How so? Trump announced exemptions for Chinese exports of smartphones, computers, and other electronics to the US. This came after US big tech corporations like Apple told the US government they needed exceptions because without China, which plays a key role in global supply chains, they simply cannot produce the electronics goods that the 21st century US economy relies on. So in the case of Apple, 80% of iPhones sold in the United States are made in China. So this exemption carried out by Trump is, as the BBC put it, quote, a significant trade war retreat, end quote. I would go a step further and say that this is an acknowledgement indirectly by the White House that Trump's trade war against China failed. Because if you look at China's trade with the US, you can see very clearly that China's largest exports to the US are cell phones, computers, electric batteries, and other electronics. They make up over a third, around 40% of China's exports to the US. And Trump just put exemptions on these goods, implicitly admitting that the US is much more dependent on China than China is on the US. And this also raises a huge question because the Trump administration claims that it wants to use these tariffs to reindustrialize the US. But by exempting these crucial electronics goods, we have to ask, what products does the US plan on manufacturing locally exactly? Because if you look at China's other exports to the US, it includes things like toys, textiles, plastic products, Tupperware. So does Trump's plan to reindustrialize the US mean that millions of Americans are going to go work in factories making plastic products and t-shirts and tennis shoes? Is that his grand vision for the reindustrialization of the US, while China continues to make all of these advanced electronics, which now have exemptions? I think what this shows is that the Trump administration knows it's not actually going to reindustrialize the United States. This is just rhetoric that Trump has used to try to win support. But at the end of the day, he's using tariffs as a political tool, not to reindustrialize the US, but one, to cut taxes on the rich and corporations and to replace the loss of revenue with tariffs, which are taxes. Trump falsely claims that other countries pay for tariffs. It's not true. It's US importers that pay for tariffs. Tariffs are taxes on imported goods, and they are a very regressive form of taxation because it is the majority of poor and working people in the United States, not the rich, who will bear the cost of those tariffs. So Trump is using tariffs to cut taxes on the rich and increase taxes on the poor and the working class. And then the other major reason for Trump's tariffs is to pressure other countries to pay tribute to the United States. This strategy was outlined by Trump's top economic advisor, Stephen Myron, who said that Trump wants to use tariffs to force countries to help the US pay for the global dollar system that benefits the US and the constellation of hundreds of foreign military bases that the US has around the world. Now, in my reports here at Geopolitical Economy Report, I have constantly emphasized that Trump's tariffs are going to fail to reindustrialize the US because the Trump administration does not have an actual industrial policy. Every industrialized country has relied on government planning targeting certain sectors and saying we're going to develop these industries, move up the value chain. The government's going to invest in education and worker training and research and infrastructure and providing cheap loans and subsidies and other incentives to these manufacturing companies. Trump is not doing any of that. He's simply relying on tariffs. And this is why immediately after the US president announced these tariffs on countries all around the world on so-called Liberation Day, I warned that this strategy was going to fail, but I didn't think that it would fail in 1 week. I think I underestimated just how bad this policy was and how poorly thought out everything was. There was basically no planning whatsoever. It was pure chaos. And just a few days later, the Trump administration basically admitted defeat. Now, Trump has tried to save face publicly for PR reasons. And on his website, which is a copy of Twitter, he claimed that there was no tariff exception announced for Chinese goods. But then in the next line, he did note that there actually was an exception for these products because Trump put 145% tariffs on all goods for China. But what he's announcing is that now Chinese electronics goods like smartphones and computers and chips are only tariffed at a rate of 20%, not 145%. So there was an exception. But while Trump claims that the media misreported his executive order, he called them the fake news. He said there were no exceptions announced. But if you read the executive order that was signed by Trump and posted by the White House, it's available to the entire world to see. It says very clearly in the title, exceptions. These are exceptions. Now, Trump claims they're not exceptions, but they are exceptions. The text of the executive order says very clearly that Trump declared a so-called national emergency in response to large and persistent U.S. goods trade deficits. By the way, keep in mind they say goods trade deficits because as much as Trump complains about the U.S. deficit, the U.S. actually has a trade surplus in services with the rest of the world. The U.S. exports more services than it imports. What it does have is a massive trade deficit in goods. It imports many more goods than it exports. But the point is that Trump issued an executive order declaring this trade deficit to be a, quote, unusual and extraordinary threat, end quote, which is language used by the U.S. president so they can carry out executive action without approval of Congress. And then in this executive order, the new one, he says that certain goods are not subject to the tariff rates that were announced in the other executive order. And as an example of products that have exceptions, he included semiconductors, and he specifically named the People's Republic of China. And then later, the executive order had a list with many different numbers of products listed under U.S. tariff law that says that these products are exempted. And if you go to the official website of the U.S. government's harmonized tariff schedule, as it's known, and you look up the numbers that were listed in this Trump executive order, you can see it includes products like smartphones and computers and semiconductors. So in other words, Trump's trade war on China almost immediately failed in the most important area, which is electronics. Trump says he wants to make all of these electronics at home. He wants to build factories to make smartphones and computers and semiconductors in the United States. But then he immediately issued exceptions for these products made in China because he knows that U.S. companies cannot make those products in the U.S. at a reasonable price. It would take many years, if not decades, to develop all of the infrastructure and build the factories and train the workers needed to actually create those products in the U.S., and they would be significantly more expensive. And honestly, this whole situation is so embarrassing and frankly hilarious because Trump has constantly been making these comments complaining that China's president Xi Jinping doesn't want to call him. And he's like, I just want to talk to Xi. Please call me President Xi. I really want to talk to you. And China says no. China is standing up for itself and saying, we will talk to you when you stop waging trade war against us, when you lift these unilateral aggressive tariffs, which Trump falsely claimed were reciprocal. They were not reciprocal. They were unilateral. And many officials in the Trump administration claimed that the U.S. has so much leverage over China China has no cards. China is going to be begging the US.
And either China comes to the table with Donald Trump or they don't. But let's be clear, we are their biggest client by far, by far, by far. The American consumer buys everything from China. They can't afford to be without us.
But it's actually Trump who's begging China's president to return his phone calls. Meanwhile, President Xi has been visiting Southeast Asia, boosting China's relations with Vietnam and other countries in the region, which is crucial because the United States has been militarizing Southeast Asia. The US military now has at least 9 bases in the Philippines, and Washington has been trying to divide Vietnam and China. And yet now the Trump administration is pushing Vietnam and China closer together. When President Xi visited Vietnam, China and Vietnam signed 45 agreements, including on issues like expanding rail lines to connect the countries and on supply chains and trade. So while Trump has been claiming that he's going to use all of the leverage that the US supposedly has over China to force Beijing to make a deal, meanwhile, China and Vietnam have actually been making deals, and Trump is complaining about their lovely meeting, as he put it, and he complained that China and Vietnam are discussing, quote, how to screw the United States of America, end quote. So all of this is bolstering a point that I have constantly repeated here in my reports, which is that the United States is actually much more dependent on China than China is on the US. And this was detailed in a great report in the Financial Times titled Trade, Tech, and Treasuries, China Holds Cards in US Tariff Standoff. I want to go through some of the main points of this report. They noted that, quote, China can replace its imports from the US more easily than the other way around. US goods exports to China are heavily focused on agriculture, such as soybeans, cotton, beef, and poultry, and so are low value added. Many US imports from China, electronics, machinery, and some processed minerals, are the opposite, end quote. And the FT produced this chart that shows that many of China's exports to the US are high value added goods, technologies like semiconductors and computers and cell phones, whereas the top exports that the US sends to China are things like petroleum, oil, gas, food products. China can easily replace many of the things that it imports from the US. Many countries produce oil and gas. Other countries produce agricultural commodities like soybeans. For instance, China is now importing more and more soybeans from Brazil. Brazil is, of course, a founding member of BRICS and an ally of China. So Trump administration officials like the billionaire Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent have constantly claimed that supposedly China is so dependent on the US. But in reality, China can replace its imports from the US for the most part. Now, that said, it is true that there are still a few products that China imports from the US that are hard to replace. As the Financial Times noted, the pain of a trade war will still be felt in China because it imports some products like US aircraft parts, pharmaceuticals, and semiconductors. However, in all 3 of these industries, China has been making very rapid progress in developing its own aircrafts, pharmaceuticals, and semiconductors. Let's start by talking about civilian planes. Now, the global airliner industry is a duopoly. It's dominated by 2 Western corporations, the US corporation Boeing and the European corporation Airbus. However, in 2023, China took on this duopoly by developing its own domestic airliner. It is true that China relies on importing parts for its own domestically produced airliner from other countries. So it's not a totally indigenous technology, but China is rapidly making progress to create an entire supply chain locally to create its own airliners. And in fact, in response to Trump's very aggressive trade war, China ordered its domestic airline companies to suspend deliveries of jets from Boeing. So this is a message from China to the US that we're no longer going to do business with this, by the way, horrible US company, Boeing, whose planes are constantly failing. The company has been destroying itself in recent years. Boeing was previously run by engineers, but the company was taken over by a bunch of MBA grads, these financial speculators with little to no experience in manufacturing planes. And instead of investing in security and a high quality product, they made their priority maximizing their stock prices in order to increase the bonuses for their corporate executives. And they've treated the company like a financial firm. And as Boeing has been financialized, they have been laying off skilled unionized workers and hiring contractors who are not unionized and who are not well trained. And they've been cutting corners and refusing to invest in good security. And the result is Boeing around the world is losing more and more market share to its main European competitor, Airbus. And now China is also entering the stage as a serious competitor. And Trump's tariffs are going to only accelerate China's process of developing its own domestic civilian jet airliner industry. And this is so similar to what happened with semiconductors. And this is bipartisan. It's not just Trump. So in his first administration in 2018, Trump started the US trade war on China. However, when the Democrat Biden came in 2021, he continued his Republican predecessor's trade war. And the Biden administration announced export restrictions on China, trying to block China from getting access to advanced technologies and especially cutting edge chips. Biden's Commerce Secretary, Gina Raimondo, said that the US government would do anything it takes to stop China from getting access to advanced technologies. And she said Washington's goal was to, quote, slow down China's rate of innovation, end quote, in order to protect big tech monopolies in Silicon Valley. And now Trump is in his second term as president, and the US government has ordered NVIDIA to further tighten its restrictions on China. Previously, NVIDIA was allowed to export the H20 chip to China, which could be used for AI research. And now the Trump administration has ordered NVIDIA to also halt the exports of that chip to China. This strategy in which the US government is trying to sabotage China's chip industry to try to prevent it from developing AI has been referred to as a chip war. And yet this chip war, like Trump's tariffs, has actually been backfiring on the United States. And China has been developing its own domestic chip industry. And China has become the world leader in the production of what are known as legacy chips, which are not the most advanced chips, but most electronics products that average people use who aren't super rich, most computers, most cell phones, they don't have the most advanced chips. You don't need the most advanced chips. So China has been dominating the global industry for the majority of chips. Biden's Commerce Secretary Raimondo, who's the one who admitted that the US wants to try to prevent China from developing technologically, she warned that in a few years, China could produce 60% of all new legacy chips coming to the market in the world. That might have been a bit of an exaggeration, but Fortune magazine estimated that by 2027, mainland China will be responsible for creating 33% of legacy chips in the entire world, 1/3. And China has been making enormous progress very quickly. Nature, which is the leading scientific journal, published a scientific article in 2025 noting that China's research on next generation computer chips is double the output of the United States. They wrote that, quote, China is now producing most of the basic research that could underpin future computing hardware, end quote. And Chinese companies are catching up to NVIDIA very quickly. Huawei, which was sanctioned by the US government during Trump's first trade war. By the way, Huawei is owned by its workers, a fun fact. And also the Chinese Semiconductor Manufacturing International Corporation, SMIC, which is partially state-owned. They have been working together to develop new advanced chips for AI research. And despite the US government's export restrictions and chip war against China, the country has already made enormous progress in artificial intelligence. Of course, the Chinese company DeepSeek surprised the entire world in early 2025 by releasing a new AI model that was open source. It was just as good as the models developed by the US huge corporation OpenAI, which is 49% owned by the monopoly Microsoft. And yet, despite the hundreds of billions of dollars being spent by US big tech corporations in Silicon Valley, these small Chinese companies have already caught up in AI models that are just as good, that cost a fraction of the price to use. They use a tiny fraction of the energy, and they've released their models open source for anyone in the world to use. So all of this shows how the US has been failing in its trade war against China, its economic war against China, and its tech war. And Bloomberg published an important report in 2024 that admits that the US government's attempt to try to stop China from developing technologically is failing. Bloomberg analyzed the goals that were outlined in Made in China 2025, which was an ambitious government plan announced in China in 2015, because, of course, China has a socialist government that engages in planning of parts of the economy, especially in high-tech sectors. And then the government uses state-led policies to drive resources into those sectors in order to advance technological production. And Bloomberg concluded that China met almost all of the goals outlined in the plan that it made in 2015 in Made in China 2025. China is now the world's leader in unmanned aerial vehicles, that's drones, solar panels, graphene, high-speed rail, and electric vehicles and lithium batteries. China is also very competitive internationally in the production of LNG carriers for liquefied natural gas, drugs, that's pharmaceutical products, large tractors, machine tools, robots, AI, and semiconductors. And the only area that China is not yet globally competitive in is commercial aircrafts. And they expect that by 2030, China will also be competitive in the production of commercial aircrafts. And again, Donald Trump's trade war against China is only further incentivizing China to develop alternatives to Boeing and to Airbus, just like how the chip war that both Trump and Biden waged against China also incentivized Beijing to develop domestic chip manufacturing. So what all of this shows is that the more that the US wages economic war against other countries, the more it backfires on the US economy and hurts average working class Americans. And Bloomberg published another report noting that because of Trump's threats against countries around the world, not only against China, but other countries, tourism in the US is plummeting. And the US economy is going to be losing billions of dollars of revenue that it previously got from tourists from not only China, but from Europe, from Canada, from Mexico, from all of these areas of the world that are being threatened by Trump. And ironically, this could probably worsen the US current account deficit, worsen the US trade deficit with the rest of the world, because when tourists go to the US, that's considered a US export. It actually helps the US trade balance. And now Trump is making that situation even worse. And Trump expects that Chinese companies are just going to sit on their hands and take the US tariffs and not going to retaliate in any way. But we've seen many creative forms of retaliation, not only by the Chinese government, but by Chinese business people. And one of the most hilarious and incredible examples of these is that on social media, there have been many videos going viral showing Chinese suppliers in the supply chain for Western luxury goods from companies like Louis Vuitton. And what they've been showing is that many of these largely European luxury goods actually have significant parts of their supply chains in China, and that Chinese suppliers can produce these luxury goods like these Birkin bags for a tiny fraction of the price that they're sold at by these European luxury goods companies. And the quality is the same. The product is basically identical. The only difference is maybe it doesn't have the tag that says Birkin or Louis Vuitton. It doesn't have the logo, but it's exactly the same. And they're telling Western consumers, US consumers, they're saying, buy these products directly from us at a huge discount. So once again, the message is that the more that Trump threatens China, the more it backfires on the US economy and actually ends up strengthening China. I've said this many times in my reports, but I want to repeat it because it's such an important fact to understand what's happening here. China's largest trading partner is no longer the United States. That was true a decade ago. It's no longer true today. China's largest trading partner is Southeast Asia, the ASEAN countries. And in 2018, as recently as then, when Trump initiated his trade war, the United States made up 19.2% of China's exports. They went to the US. That figure has fallen to 14.7% as of 2024. And that figure will likely continue to fall, but China is not going to be the one that suffers most of the economic consequences. It will feel a little pain, but it's actually the United States that will feel much more pain. Because if China does not redirect those exports to other countries, it can boost internal consumption. The Chinese government can announce a stimulus or carry out other policies that increase the domestic demand in China to purchase these goods. And we've seen this happen over the past 2 decades. China, in fact, relies less on exports as a share of its overall economy, as a share of GDP, than the world average. And yes, it's true that in the early 2000s, China was above average. It was very dependent on exports. But today, exports make up around 20% of China's GDP, whereas the world average is around 30%. And over time, China's dependence on exports has been falling as there's been much more domestic consumption, as living standards have risen. Wages in China have risen by many times, by over 10 times in the past few decades. And as Chinese people have more disposable income, they're buying more and more of these local goods produced by Chinese companies. And it's not just me saying this. It's now even the mainstream financial press that is warning exactly the same. The Financial Times columnist Gideon Rachman, who's very anti-China. You cannot accuse this guy of being pro-China. He's a very centrist British journalist who his views represent the kind of elite neoliberal establishment in Europe. And even he admitted in an op-ed in the Financial Times that China holds a stronger hand than the United States. As he wrote, quote, "It looks like Trump has a much weaker hand than he thought in the game of tariff poker that he is playing with China. The longer it takes for Trump to accept this definitively, the more he and the US stand to lose," end quote. He continued, quote, "The fact that China exports far more to the US and the other way around is actually a source of leverage for them, for China, not a weakness. The US is not buying products from China out of charity. Americans want what China makes. So if those products become much more expensive or disappear from the shelves altogether, Americans will suffer," end quote. And then he goes through some of these shocking statistics that show just how dependent the US is on China. More than half of the smartphones sold in the US are iPhones, and 80% of those iPhones are made in China. 80% of the world's air conditioners are made in China. 3/4 of the electric fans that the US imports are made in China. 75% of the dolls and bicycles that the US imports are made in China. He went on, noting that China makes almost 50% of the ingredients that go into the antibiotics that Americans depend on. So the US pharmaceutical industry, maybe they make their drugs, but they rely on inputs from China. The US military's F-35, the backbone of the US Air Force, requires rare earth components sourced from China. China dominates the global supply chain for rare earths. And also, by the way, China is still the second largest foreign holder of US Treasury securities. And although China has been de-dollarizing in the past decade and reducing its holdings of US Treasury securities as an overall percentage of its foreign exchange reserves, China still has the nuclear option that it could fall back on if Trump really tries to escalate things further, and China could simply dump the treasury securities that it holds. This is US government debt, which would cause a crisis in the US bond market. And it was a mini crisis in the US bond market that forced Trump to pause his tariffs for 90 days in the first place. So China has so many cards up its sleeve that it can still play. Whereas Trump already used most of the cards that the US had against China. And just a few days after launching this nuclear trade war against China, he immediately backtracked and essentially admitted defeat by issuing exceptions for the most important electronics goods that China exports to the US. So again, I want to conclude on this point, which is that the United States is actually weaker economically than many people think, than it wants the world to think. The Trump administration and many Democrats as well, they overstate the power of the US economy. And essentially, they're still living in the 1990s and the early 2000s when the US was the unipolar imperial power in the world. It was the only great power. It had a global empire, and the United States could bully other countries and force them to do whatever it wanted through military interventions and sanctions and other threats. But we are in a multipolar world today. The situation has changed drastically. China is, in fact, now the world's largest economy when you measure its GDP at purchasing power parity. It has been since 2016. China continues to grow at a very fast pace. China is the world's manufacturing superpower, and it's the United States that is in relative decline. Of course, the US empire is still strong. It can still do a lot of harm to other countries, especially small and medium-sized countries like Venezuela, Iran, Cuba. The US empire loves to bully around smaller, weaker countries, but when it comes to large powers like Russia, the United States and NATO lost the proxy war in Ukraine. And now with China, the United States has already lost this trade war that Trump massively accelerated, and Trump is begging China's President Xi to return his calls. So this shows how we are most definitely in a multipolar world, and there are so many changes happening so fast. But here at Geopolitical Economy Report, we're trying to help people understand what's going on. I'm Ben Norton. I'm the editor.
To fight.
Are we going to win the trade war with China? No, probably not. I do want to show you guys some videos of what's going on. First of all, China is not planning on backing down. Watch this.
China is fully prepared to fight to the very end because the world is big enough that the United States is not the totality of the market in the world. So if the United States wants to go in that direction of completely shutting itself out of the China market, be my guest.
Yeah, and China will lose the US market, which, as I've said, is 15%.
We don't care. We don't care. China has been here for 5,000 years. Most of the time, there was no United States, and we survived. Right. And if the United States wants to bully China, we will deal with the situation without the United States. And we expect to survive for another 5,000 years.
When you hear Donald Trump say China wants a deal, it just doesn't know how to go about it. They're proud people. J.D. Vance talks about Chinese peasants. What do you make of their conduct in this respect?
If J.D. Vance thinks that he's dealing with the peasants in China, and I'm proud to be a descendant of the peasants, most of us are descendants of the peasants anyway, That's our tradition. We are farmers before, but now we are one of the leading industrialized economies in the world.
And on that
So
shit.
I'm sorry, J.D. Vance doesn't know what he's talking about. And therefore, I don't think there will be China-US dialogue unless the United States changes its attitude towards China. Deal with China as it is, show respect to China, show respect to the Chinese people, and don't try to impose your prejudice and biased view about China or about the rest of the world.
Okay, so we'll break that down a little bit, but I want to show you more of what is happening online that is making a ton of waves. There is this bag guy. There's a rumor now that the trade war between the U.S. and China has caused China to lift its what they called a secrecy clause, which kept hidden which luxury brands or which items were manufactured in China. Even though a lot of these brands have slapped on them, like made in France or made in Italy. And in fact, some are saying, no, this stuff is actually made in China. Now there's this huge trend happening on social media where this is being exposed, where these Chinese nationals are walking around their factories and saying, we're actually the ones who make all of this. And the whole point of that is to say, you thought that you could get away from basically everything's made in China, even the luxury brands that claim they're made in Italy or made in France. It's all made in China. And the tariffs war is going to hurt practically anything and everything that you purchase. So here is this famous bag guy that has been circulating over social media. And we had to edit this out, and I'll show you why. We did have to edit the brand name out of this video, and I'll explain after we watch this.
Some say as long as there's a tag saying made in China, the bag can never be luxury. However, in fact, more than 80% of the luxury bags in the world are made in China. But those luxury brands just won't acknowledge that. They take almost finished bags from China factories back to their own factories and just do the repackaging and logo installing, something like that. That way, the bags will appear at their boutiques as made in Italy or made in France. Those sophisticated European countries, which make you feel mysterious, royal, and thus luxury. Now, close your eyes. Let's just do a little, very easy experiment in your head, okay? Imagine that you have a bag and suddenly the label on it changed from made in France into made in China, while everything else, like leathers, zippers, and hardware, remain the same. Do you suddenly feel that your bag is not as luxury as before? If you do, that means you have been misled and poisoned by the market campaign of those luxury brands for too long. Welcome to the real world. Now you see, those bags are made in China by our intelligent and diligent Chinese artisans. Let's not be poisoned and misled by the market campaign any longer and be a real person. Buy a bag from us, from our factory in China, see the real world for yourself.
Okay, so the bag designer on that one was should I say it? Am I going to get in trouble? Let me actually read for you what happened. This is an Instagram warning of somebody that they've had their account now suspended. He says, my Instagram was suddenly suspended without any warning due to a video published about luxury fashion goods being produced in China. Hermes Paris are the reason it got suspended permanently. I have no access. And the Instagram warning that he received says, we suspended your account because we received a notice from a third party that it infringes their trademark rights. The video was titled, China isn't just flexing its industrial muscle, it's flipping the script. Through slick expose-style videos, it's winning the tariff war of narratives, not with tanks or tariffs, but by dragging luxury giants like Hermes, Gucci, Louis Vuitton, Prada, and Chanel into the spotlight. It's not just a clapback, it's a masterclass in soft power, calling out Western excess while manufacturing the receipts. And so he made a video and that got ripped off the internet. And the next warning over there saying, we removed your post. Why did this happen? And it says that it was actually done by Hermes. It says the owner was Hermes International. And so basically Hermes is cracking down and saying, we're removing these videos. So I guess I'm taking kind of a risk by showing this. But I also want to play this video for you. This is Hermes saying, hey, no, we actually do manufacture all of our goods in France. This is not real. We're made in France. We remain made in France, and they're lying. And this is just a way for these replica manufacturers to sell bags, and they're all cheap. And when you get one, you'll see how cheap it is. So this is a little bit of, this is from about 11 years ago, Hermes opening the doors to its factory, showing that this stuff is made in France, but pay attention.
I think the pleasure to share is bigger than the willingness of hiding. So we decided to open our doors and to show exactly who we are and what we do. Hermes started as a saddle maker in 1837. And we are using the same techniques 280 years later to make our bags. It's a good opportunity for us in Festival des Métiers to show what we are doing and why it takes so much time.
How important would you say the fact that Hermes is made in France, or even better perhaps, made in Paris? How key is that to Hermes' brand?
It's very important because we have different locations. For example, the silk is in Lyon. And why in Lyon? Because by tradition is the best place in the world to print the silk. And in France, we have this long tradition of know-how, especially in leather craftsmanship.
Okay. So he goes on to say, you know, it's really important that this is made in France. It's a tradition. But I want you to pay attention to that video. You notice that you did not see rows and rows of bags being made. This is not mass production. And what the Chinese counter now to this is that, yeah, your stuff is designed in France or it's designed in Italy. You know, these are the designers. They're sitting down. They're really crafting it. They're getting those materials. They're making the initial bags. But then when it's going into mass production, it gets sent to China. All of the materials are sourced from China. They then mass manufacture the bags. The bags then go back to France or Italy or wherever. And then the bag manufacturer or shoes or whatever it is will slap on the labels. They'll do a few of the finishing touches, the packaging, the labeling, and then it can be say it was made in France or made in Italy, when in fact it was actually made in China. And I think that the reason why China is exposing this is to counter the narrative that Chinese goods are crap, that they make cheap stuff. It's not good anyway, and it doesn't matter, and you don't want it. And China's saying, actually, you're buying our goods. You're buying them at, I mean, a Hermes bag, by the way, is like $30,000. It's outrageous. It's totally outrageous. But, you know, you're buying these luxury goods, and they're actually made by Chinese craftsmen. And when you actually stop to think about it, who would make these bags anyway? I mean, who in France? The West is industrialized now. It's, you know, moved on from the industrial era. We're now in finance and all of these other things. And a lot of Europe is tourism. Who's making these bags in France? Like, do you think that there are French people that are sitting around in factories actually making bags? Or is it, if they do have factories of people making bags, it's probably the immigrants coming in from Africa who would be sitting down in those factories making the bags. But places like France, Italy, you know, really Europe in general have extremely robust hiring, you know, really robust employee rules and regulations. They have high wages. Everybody gets free, you know, healthcare, education, all of these things. So it's not likely that the stuff, when you just think about it from a logical perspective, although you could say, well, yeah, but a bag's 30 grand. So, I mean, if it's 30 grand, maybe they actually are manufacturing it using French nationals who are getting free medical care and, you know, paid for education and all these things. So, yeah, I mean, I guess you could assume that, certainly. But profits over people, I think, always motivate the West. And it's highly unlikely, you know, when we just look at the facts of it, it's highly unlikely that they're being mass produced in these European countries. It's most likely they're being designed in those countries, shipped off to China for manufacturing, sent back to the countries for the finishing touches, and then sold to us at enormous hikes with enormous price hikes. Another video that is circulating around right now is this.
Little evidence of a trade war at the Jiahao Flag Company in Anhui Province. Workers bustle and sewing machines hum.
Yeah.
A current hot seller, blue and white banners declaring the centerpiece of Trump's re-election.
So this is an older video, but showing that even the Trump merch for his campaigns have been made in China. So this is also circulating around right now. And China now has even created an entire new industry around the tariffs. This is a woman speaking about how you, as an American consumer, can get around the tariffs.
How do we profit under a 145% US tariffs? Smuggling? No, a safer and more legal method than smuggling. Personal shopping service. You can travel to China, act as an agent to purchase products for your American friends and clients, and then avoid that tariff by declaring them as personal items when you return to the US, thus earning a high profit margin. Want to learn more? Follow me. I'm a Chinese freight forwarding agent. For more details, please visit GoNest.
Okay, so this would be a whole new industry that's being opened up. Like you can now travel to China, buy the goods, and bring them back as personal items, and then sell them in the United States for more. I don't know how feasible that is. I mean, I don't know how much a plane ticket is to China and how much you can actually bring back in personal items, but certainly this would encourage travel to China. This encourages people to go there, load up on goods, bring them back. Maybe people would go and get their own stuff, and whether they sell it or not, it does encourage tourism now to China. So that's kind of one of the backfires, I guess, that we could see from the tariff war. This last video I want to show you before we really break down what's happening and whether or not this tariff war, trade war is even going to work. This is a post from a Chinese national saying, you guys are all blaming China, you're blaming us, but it's really your own fault, and America now needs a revolution.
They rob you blind and you thank them for it. That's a tragedy. That's a scam. That's why I'm saying this right now. Americans, you don't need a tariff. You need a revolution. For decades, your government and oligarchs ship your job to China, not for diplomacy, not for peace, but to exploit cheap labors. And in the process, they hollowed out your middle class, crushed your working class, and told you to be proud while they sold your future for profit. And yes, China made money, but we used it to build roads, lift millions out of poverty, fund healthcare, raise living standard. We reinvested in our people. My family also benefited from it. What did your oligarchs do? They bought yachts, private jets, mansions with golf course driveways. They manipulate the market, dodge tax, and poured billions into endless wars. And you get stagnated wages, crippling healthcare cost, cheap dopamine, debt, and flagged wave property made in China while they pick your pocket. For 40 years, both China and the United States benefit from the trade, the manufacturing, but only one of us use that wealth to build. This isn't China's fault. This is yours. You let this happen. You let the oligarchs fit your lies while they made you fat, poor, and addicted. Now they blame China for mess they made. I don't think so. I don't think you need another tariff. You need to wake up. You need to take your country back. I think you need a revolution.
Now, he has a point. We've been hearing for years now that China is cheating, that they've rigged the system, broken the rules, stolen their way to prosperity. You'll hear terms like forced technology transfers, intellectual property theft, state subsidies, dumping, currency manipulation. And yes, these are serious issues. But if we really want to understand what happened over the last 30 years, why America lost millions of good-paying jobs, why our infrastructure is collapsing, why theirs is rising, why China now leads the world in manufacturing EVs and high-speed rail, we need to look past the slogans and ask the uncomfortable question, is China really cheating, or did our own elites simply sell us out? For years, foreign companies wanting to access to the Chinese market had to partner with Chinese firms and share their proprietary technology. That's called a forced technology transfer. Critics say this gave China an unfair advantage, but let's be honest, no one was forced. Western firms wanted a slice of the biggest market on earth. They willingly traded tech for profits. And China said, we'll let you in, but you have to teach us how to build. And we said, yes, over and over and over again, because our CEOs weren't thinking 20 years ahead. They were thinking about their next quarterly earnings call. Yes, there's IP theft, there's hacking, there's state support, but let's not pretend we're innocent. The US runs its own espionage operations. We've interfered in governments around the world. And when it comes to subsidies, the US subsidizes agriculture, defense, oil and gas, Wall Street bailouts, and now tech firms under the CHIPS Act. We don't admit it, China does it openly because their system, the economy serves the nation. In our system, the economy serves shareholders. Currency manipulation? Well, that was true 20 years ago, but not anymore. China's actually spent the last decade propping up its currency to maintain stability. And non-tariff barriers, yes, China plays protectionist games, but so does everyone else, including us. We ban ship sales, restrict Huawei, embargo countries, and rewrite financial regulations to serve American interests. The reality is this: China didn't steal our prosperity, our own elites gave it away. They pushed for China's entry into the WTO, they offshored factories, dismantled unions, and told American workers to learn to code. The steel towns collapsed, the textile mills vanished, the auto parts industry got hollowed out, but the Dow Jones hit record highs, and that's all that mattered. And what did China do with its surplus? It didn't hand out stock buybacks. It didn't pump the money into speculative finance. It built high-speed rail, smart cities, new energy grids, entire industries from scratch. And what did we do? Well, we built financial bubbles. We gutted public schools. We defunded infrastructure. We gave tax cuts to the ultra wealthy and told everyone else to tighten their belts. And now we think tariffs are going to fix this? Tariffs are like putting duct tape on a collapsing bridge. They raise prices, disrupt supply chains, and they invite retaliation. They don't build new factories. They don't create a workforce. They don't fix our broken system. At best, they're a pause button. But we don't need a pause. We need a reset. The only way forward is to rebuild this country from the ground up. That means a national industrial policy, one that actually names strategic sectors and invests in them long term. That means infrastructure on the scale of the New Deal, not pothole patchwork. It means vocational training, apprenticeships, and skilled labor being treated with the respect it deserves. It means breaking up the monopolies, punishing offshoring, banning stock buybacks, and rewarding companies that build here, hire here, and stay here. But instead of doing that, instead of focusing on America, what are we doing? We're talking about war with Iran. We're dropping bombs on Yemen. We're spending billions, waging proxy wars on behalf of a foreign government while our own cities look like war zones. We're pushing endless military aid packages, inflaming global tensions, and marching toward another conflict that has nothing to do with the American people and everything to do with the interests of defense contractors and their lobbyists. And when we're not trying to start a war, we're fantasizing about expanding our empire, making Canada a U.S. state, buying Greenland, stationing troops on every continent, guarding pipelines and mineral routes while our own border is a disaster and our veterans sleep in tents. This isn't America first. This is empire first, globalism first, elites first. If we really believed in putting America first, we wouldn't be policing the world. We'd be rebuilding our country. We'd have the best rail in the world, the cleanest water, the strongest power grid, the most resilient supply chains, the best educated workforce, the most secure borders. But we don't, because our leaders aren't interested in America as a nation. They're interested in America as an empire, a brand, a vehicle for wealth extraction. And that's the greatest betrayal of all, because China is playing for China, acting in its own self-interest. Our ruling class is acting in their interest, not yours, not mine, not the country's. So no, the real problem isn't that China is cheating. The real problem is we've been lied to by the people who sold us a dream they never believed in, who hollowed out our middle class, who told us it was normal to work 3 jobs and still be broke, who mocked the idea of rebuilding this country while cashing checks from companies that sent your job to another continent. They handed China the blueprints. They signed the deals. They wrote the trade laws. And now they want to blame the people who took advantage of the opportunity they created? No, that's not cheating. That's smart. Ruthless, yes. Strategic, absolutely. But we should be taking notes, not throwing tantrums. If we want to win again, we don't need more sanctions. We need more engineers. We don't need more aircraft carriers. We need more factories. We don't need another $1 trillion war. We need $1 trillion investment in America, in workers, in cities, in families, in sovereignty. You want America to be great again? Then build. Stop chasing wars. Stop chasing distractions. Stop chasing empire. Bring it home and start again. That's the real America first, and it's the only way forward. Thanks for watching this clip from the full Kim Iverson show, which you could catch live
I predict, I'll make a prediction that is clear and therefore could be completely proved wrong soon. I don't believe there will be any grand bargain or any great agreement between the United States and China on anything for years to come. The CIA, whose job it is to overthrow governments that are deemed to be inimical to U.S. interests. And the CIA has engaged in probably about 100 regime change operations around the world since 1947. I think it's a mess, not a strategy. When you do this, you reach a kind of caricature. Elon Musk is a caricature of this. The richest person in the world who funds the campaign of the presidential candidate and who says to Congress, anyone that steps out of line, I fund opponents to defeat you. And so you can't get more vivid in the plutocratic element than having Elon Musk as your prime minister, which is his informal position right now. When it comes to trade, I don't have to say more than Trump is uniting the world because there is not a single place in the world that is satisfied with this new tariff regime, including inside the United States. It has succeeded in stopping the stock market rally and reversing it. It has succeeded in lowering automobile company share prices yesterday. I didn't check today, but down 5% yesterday when the automotive tariffs were issued. It's a completely ignorant economic policy as far as I'm concerned. We can talk about it, but I see no merit whatsoever on any count to the protectionism that Trump is trying to bring about. So there, the whole world is unhappy about it. And then when it comes to Asia, we'll discuss this, probably Trump and the administration probably want to avoid open conflict with China. Whether they are clever enough to do so, I'm not sure, but there'll be a lot of noise and instability. I predict, I'll make a prediction that is clear and therefore could be completely proved wrong soon. I don't believe there will be any grand bargain or any great agreement between the United States and China on anything for years to come, because I think the U.S. administration is too unstable for anything like that, because any serious agreements require consideration and strategy. I, for one, don't believe that we have any of that in Washington now. I think we have improvisation, no role of Congress, basically a one-man show, executive orders, mostly illegal, court challenges that are proliferating by the day. So I think it's a mess, not a strategy. Well, I hope that explains why I'm not welcome in Washington.
I don't think I would let you eat too much, Jeff. Afterwards, I'll take you to McDonald's. Just a couple of questions. So where do you think America is heading? I agree with you from my personal perspective that America has been more wrong than right in terms of its foreign policy for the last couple of decades. So where do you think America is heading? Let's not forget the domestic issues. And the domestic issue, I've written about this, that the United States cannot beat China. I'm trying to give them a few minutes to eat. The United States cannot beat China. China for sure cannot beat America. So it's not a matter of who will win. It's a matter of who will not lose. And if anybody loses, I don't think it will be because of the other party, but rather it will be because of the domestic situation. I don't know if you agree with that. So how do you see the America's domestic situation? After all, you are an economist by training, and of course, you have gone into many other things. So tell us.
The U.S. Does not have a functioning political system and has not had a functioning political system for 30 years or so. And this is very interesting. American society really has great strengths, many centers of capacity in business, in academia, in civil society. And so even though our political system has badly malfunctioned, the country has done okay for the last 30 years, other than troubles caused by directly these foreign policy disasters. But the country and the economy has gone on. Many important innovations have occurred. Many great discoveries have occurred in the academic community and scientific community. So you see a country with great strengths. But for me, the remarkable fact is how poorly the political system has functioned consistently for 30 years. And I've tried to understand that. And my conclusion is that there are two things deeply wrong with the American political system. One is that it became a pay-for-play political system to a shocking extent.
What a
pay for play, that it became a corrupt political system in which campaign contributions translated into public policy. And this was not always the case. The role of lobbying changed in the United States, starting systematically in the 1970s. And there were a series of Supreme Court rulings, the most famous of which is Citizens United, in which the conservative Supreme Court ruled that limits on campaign financing were simply unconstitutional, because the idea was, and the judges were very explicit about it, giving for campaigns is speech, and free speech predominates any interest in limiting campaign financing. This was a doctrine put forward by one judge, Lewis Powell, and it's a very interesting history because Lewis Powell was a corporate lawyer. He worked with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and in the late 60s and early 70s, he said inside the business community, all of this environmental regulation and Ralph Nader and consumer interest groups, this is killing us. The business community has to retake politics. And on that basis, a famous memo that he wrote, he caught the attention of Richard Nixon, who put him on the Supreme Court. And a few years after that, he wrote the first opinion ending limits on corporate campaign contributions. It was a concerted strategy, and several decisions basically eliminated any boundaries of giving. When you do this, you reach a kind of caricature. Elon Musk is a caricature of this. The richest person in the world who funds the campaign of the presidential candidate and who says to Congress, anyone that steps out of line, I fund opponents to defeat you. And so you can't get more vivid in the plutocratic element than having Elon Musk as your prime minister, which is his informal position right now. And this is how American politics really degenerated terribly over a 30-year period. I once was in the presence of a Democratic Party member of Congress, and I asked her about some terrible decision Congress made on healthcare costs. And she literally put her face in her hands and said, the lobbies. It became overwhelming, the money play. And because of this, all of the issues of American society, of inequality, of the widening gaps between different classes in America, of the growth of the poor underclass, of the epidemics of deaths of despair that you all know about, which are very serious afflictions of American society, not one of them was addressed in public policy. There has been no effort once in 30 years to address inequality in the United States, to address, we have an epidemic of opioids and everything else. Who gets blamed? China, of course. China, fentanyl precursors. Who takes the opioids? It's the Americans. So this is an example. Climate change is another example. We have not had one consistent policy on climate change for 40 years because of the big oil lobby. It's not even subtle. And there was a very humorous sting by a kind of Greenpeace organization which called the ExxonMobil lobbyist and said, we're headhunting, we think you could be senior position. And so they filmed the ExxonMobil lobbyist in a fake job interview. And they asked him, how do you operate? And he said, it's easy. If any trouble arises for the industry, I just call our senator. Who's your senator? Joe Manchin, of course. Joe Manchin was the senator from West Virginia. He owned 2 coal companies personally. That was the family wealth. And he was basically there in his position to block any climate change action for 30 years. So that was one thing that broke American politics. It just stopped being representative of basic issues. And till this day, if you observe the Trump administration, there's not a single moment of discussion about poor people, about their needs, about the role of government. In fact, the whole attempt in the next few months will be to destroy any public services for the poor, especially healthcare. It's amazing. But this is Elon Musk running the show. He doesn't have to worry about his healthcare costs. So this is one point. The second point that destroyed American politics was the security state. We became a national security state back in 1945, essentially, after World War II, and especially in 1947 with the National Security Act, which established the CIA and the Defense Department and the other institutions of the security state. America has, as everybody knows very well, military bases in 80 countries around the world. Can you imagine? Never in history, with even the British Empire, of course, it was a different era, didn't quite have this. And so this is American government is a military machine all over the world, plus a secret army, the CIA, whose job it is to overthrow governments that are deemed to be inimical to US interests. And the CIA has engaged in probably about 100 regime change operations around the world since 1947. I've seen some of them with my own eyes. Literally, the CIA carrying off heads of government. One was Aristide, who I advised from Haiti, and they took him away in an unmarked plane and flew him to Central African Republic in broad daylight. And by the way, when they overthrew him, the New York Times wouldn't even run a story about it because this is how the security state operates. It wasn't deemed to be newsworthy that the United States, or it wasn't deemed to be fit to print, let me say, that the United States had overthrown a government in our hemisphere. Of course, it had done that repeatedly. But when I called the reporter, she told me that the editor was not interested in the story. Okay, my point is that the government, you can't run democracy and a security state the same way. Eisenhower told us that on January 17th, 1961, when he said, "Beware the military-industrial complex." Believe me, since then, it has only grown to gargantuan proportions. If you look at this leak 3 days ago of the attack on the Houthis, okay, there are several notable things about it. First, they behave like 14-year-olds, up to and including the emojis. Okay, these are children. Second, as they noted, this has nothing to do with the Houthis. This is to send a message. Third, they applauded when they destroyed a building that supposedly included some target, but it killed 50 civilians. And it was all muscles and American flags. Fourth, this was decided in a completely haphazard way by the White House. Congress had no role. There was no discussion of it. Fifth, the only thing that the politicians find odd about this whole episode, not the bombing of a country in which we are not at war, not the killing of civilians, not the fact that this was I can't use the right words because they're not proper for polite company, but not the way to do this. They can't figure out that something's wrong. All they care about is that it breached secrecy. You know what? That's the least interesting part of this. The fact that you have secrecy that enables random killings of this sort on a routine basis is what's wrong. We should be applauding the break of the secrecy, but the only thing the Congress and the press itself talk about is the secrecy element. They don't talk about how wrong it is to be bombing people. They don't talk about the fact that the reason for the war in Yemen is that there's no solution to the Palestine issue. No substance, just a war machine. So these, to my mind, are the two fundamental failures of the United States. We don't have a functioning political system. It doesn't address real needs. It enables one person to decide we're not part of the Paris Climate Agreement. It enables one person to break apart the international trading system. This is extraordinary. If you think about it, tariffs, by the way, under the US Constitution, are the responsibility of Congress, because tax authority, going back hundreds of years in British constitutional rule, are in the domain of the Parliament or the House of Commons. That's where Parliament came from, which was to limit the tax authority hundreds of years ago. No congressman is objecting to Trump unilaterally setting tariffs. How is he doing that, by the way? It's completely unconstitutional in substance. He's doing it because we have emergency legislation that allows the President of the United States to declare a national emergency. So the tariffs on China are under a fentanyl emergency. Can you imagine how artificial that is, how bogus that is, how it has nothing to do with the issues at hand, but also how not a single member of Congress stands up and says, you're taking our authority. If we had a functioning Congress, a congressman would stand up and say, this is our responsibility. You cannot appropriate the voice of the people. This is what revolutions are supposed to be about. That the King of England could not set taxes on the colonies. That's how we started. Now we have a mad king who sets taxes day by day. And Congress has no interest in even intervening in that subject. So this is the essential problem. The country works fine on areas where you don't need a government, but it fails on every area where you do. Our infrastructure fails, the inequalities, the environment, the environmental protection, all of it is failing badly because we don't have a functioning government in the United States.
Jeff?
More reasons why they don't like me in Washington.
Jeff, you have been a friend for many years. Sonia is not the biggest lady I've seen. And is your life ever at risk? I'm just asking on behalf of others.
Maybe from Sonia.
Then you're in good shape.
But I don't think so. I think the capacity of the U.S. government to utterly ignore me is inexhaustible, and that is actually, in my view, really the truth. If I were a student on a student visa, I would be dragged out of our house, no doubt, because that's what's happening to our students right now, day by day. I don't know what will happen in the U.S. in general. It could get worse. It really could get worse. I've used, since I've been in China for the last week, I have used semi-jocularly, but not entirely, the Cultural Revolution meme. We are in a bit of a cultural revolution in the United States. It's played as culture wars, but basically we have a leader who wants to destroy parts of government. This is clear. This is Elon is doing that work. What the real purpose is not completely clear. Maybe I'll just mention actually one very important point to understand. I think everybody knows it, but let me emphasize it. One of the core points of failure of politics in the United States is the budget. Because if you are governed by lobbying and by campaign contributions, you cannot have an effective fiscal policy. On the one hand, you have a population which votes, and so you need somehow to not have complete turmoil. And so you can't really cut, so far, Social Security, for example. You have not been able to cut Medicare or Medicaid. You can't stop paying interest on the debt. And they don't want to stop the military, which is about 3.5% to 4% of GDP if you include everything. If you take those items, the pensions, and including the various kinds of pensions, including veterans benefits, and the health care, and the interest on the debt, and the military, you have roughly 20% of GDP in spending. Our taxes are around 16% of GDP at the federal level. So you start out, even before you have any domestic programs at all, with a deficit of about 4% of GDP. Now, in our lobby-run politics, the first rule is don't raise taxes. So the taxes, especially on wealthy people. So the highest goal in fiscal policy of the Trump administration is to extend the low taxes that were voted 10 years ago on corporate taxes, which have basically been gutted. We don't collect corporate tax except in a very small amount now. And they want to extend that. Now, our budget deficit includes some public services also, some little bit for infrastructure, which is falling apart, a tiny bit for housing, some for labor, some for education. And that adds up to roughly another 3% of GDP if you include everything, the judicial system, the public administration, all the infrastructure, all the environment, National Science Foundation, everything except the military, the pensions, the healthcare costs, the interest costs, and a couple of other mandatory things. All civilian government is about 3% of GDP. It's not enough. That's why we solve no social problems in the United States. But if you add in the parts that they don't want to cut or can't touch, plus this meager 3%, you end up with a budget deficit of about 6 to 7% of GDP, which is what we have now. This has been going on for 20 years. So our debt is 100% of GDP and rising. The Congressional Budget Office yesterday issued a new report saying by 2055, the debt will be at 155% of GDP on current policy. So if you keep current policy and just extrapolate for 30 years, we reach 155% of GDP debt. So what is Trump trying to do? Trump is trying to cut taxes relative to baseline. This is all technical because the baseline includes ending some of the tax cuts from 10 years ago. But he wants to extend those. How to do that with such a huge budget deficit? There's no way. There is no way to do this other than to completely destroy the civilian government. And that's what Elon Musk is doing day by day. He's not rooting out waste. He's just closing the government as much as possible. The public will hate this week by week, month by month, when nothing works, when they can't get health care, when there's no one to answer a call for Social Security, and so on. And that's where we're heading in the next months. That's why I was saying you can't ask for more funding for Ukraine in that context, period, because there's really going to be at least a public brawl. Trump will win this budget battle, in my best estimation. It will be brutal and ugly to essentially keep the revenues completely inadequate and brutally slash spending for poor people or even working class people in America. But he'll probably get this through because it'll be a straight party line vote enforced by Elon Musk, who will threaten anyone who steps out of line. He'll probably win this battle. But believe me, you'll see a very ugly, very unhappy country, a very unpopular government, and nothing's going to get better out of it because nothing that's being done is going to make people's lives easier. Several $1,000 rise of prices for automobiles is not going to make people's lives easier.
Y'all, did y'all know that Trump and his supporters actually believe they're winning the trade war against China? Yeah, I'm just as surprised as y'all. So the other day, the Trump administration announced that there would be an effective rate of 145% tariffs on China. Now, in response to this, China basically looked at Trump and said, y'all got us fucked up, and put 125% tariffs on American goods. Now, this is all within the context of Trump suspending the tariffs on the rest of the world that he initially announced on quote-unquote Liberation Day. And we know it already looks like an L because we know he did it because the economy was looking as bad as Gail Gaddis acting. But it's like people saw that 145% and then saw the 125% and was like, wow, 145% is so much bigger. Therefore, Trump must be winning the trade war. No, guys, let me explain something to you. People seem to forget the entire point of Trump initiating these tariffs and starting this trade war was to help certain industries, in particular, the manufacturing industry in the United States. So for example, electronics and tech hardware like iPhones, laptop, network equipment, and the like rely heavily on China to make them. Now, those companies, because of the tariffs, are already facing increased production costs. But even if Trump moved all of those companies and their manufacturing to the United States, all of those companies still rely on parts from China in order to make those items. And they also rely on Chinese shipping in order for that tech to get where it needs to get. Oh, but it isn't just your iPhone that's about to get really expensive. These cars are about to get out of control because the US relies so heavily on Chinese imports. So the United States automakers make about 13 to 17 million vehicles annually inside the United States. It sounds great, right? Except for all of those car companies have to get parts from outside of the United States, from places like Canada, Mexico, or China. And spoiler alert, it's mostly from China. Okay, so just to review, Trump said he initiated these tariffs specifically to help out these manufacturing industries. And in actuality, everything just got more expensive for them, which means everything is about to get more expensive for us. So who exactly is he helping? Now let's look at the other side, where China is specifically targeting the automobile, auto parts, and manufacturing goods industries of the United States with the tariffs that they put on us. Because I need y'all to think about this. It's the United States and its citizens that are constantly complaining about how hard it's been since our manufacturing industry has basically been mostly exported overseas. But when is the last time you've heard China complain about this in their country? It's because it's not a thing. Like, yeah, their business people do some business with US businesses, but that doesn't mean they need us like we need them. And on top of that, they're targeting the very specific industries that Trump is trying to save and are about to suffer because of the tariffs. Now, I'm not some sort of math scientist, but I'm not understanding how people are concluding that Trump is winning the trade war. It was Trump who was forced to renege on his initial tariffs. It was really businesses within the United States who were the most pissed off about how much tariffs were put on China to the point where Trump had to renege, but then decided, I'm going to put even more tariffs on China because that's what it was really about. And it was never about reciprocity, somehow forgetting that the whole reason he started these tariffs was because we needed the help. We needed to alleviate the stress on our economy by adding jobs, not making things more expensive. He also seemed to forget that China works with damn near everybody in the world, whereas the United States is becoming more isolationist by the day. So how can we possibly be winning a trade war against China when the United States is basically fighting it by itself and China has the entire world on its side, either outwardly and explicitly or behind closed doors? Like, not only is Trump losing his trade war, but he looking like the crazy ex that's pushing his girlfriend into the hands of another man with his actions. That's basically what we're seeing happen with China and the rest of the world, because Trump's the one who looks crazy, inconsistent, and unpredictable, and China is the only one out of the two who is acting reasonable and pragmatic. But that's okay. Just keep up your little MAGA circle jerk until y'all realize that your man is looking more and more like Biden with his decision making every day. Don't say we didn't warn you.
In March this year, the United States asked Chevron, the world's largest energy company, to terminate its oil business in Venezuela and ordered it to withdraw completely by April. According to the original plan, this means that the U.S. oil sanctions exemption on Venezuela will officially end. Trump then announced that a 25% tariff would be imposed on countries that purchase Venezuelan oil and natural gas. Although the United States is targeting Venezuela on the surface, the main impact of this measure is actually China. As the largest buyer of Venezuelan oil, the 25% tariff will undoubtedly have a serious impact on China's energy industry. However, it is surprising that China not only did not stop importing oil for Venezuela, but the import volumes surged. According to statistics, in March 2025, Venezuela's daily oil exports to China are expected to reach 400,000 barrels, which may set a record high since June 2023. So why did Trump start to impose sanctions on Venezuelan oil after taking office? And why did China dare to ignore this ban? If you like our video content, please click to subscribe to my YouTube channel so that you can receive all our latest video content. Now, let's get into today's topic. Everyone knows that Venezuela is one of the countries with the largest oil reserves in the world. According to the published data, the country's oil reserves have reached 300 billion barrels, accounting for 18% of the world's total reserves. According to data from OPEC, in January 2025, Venezuela's daily crude oil production reached 1.031 million barrels, an increase of 33,000 barrels from the previous month. As the country with the largest oil production in the Western Hemisphere, Venezuela's oil production ranks 5th in the world, accounting for 3% of global crude oil production. Logically, Venezuela should be able to become a wealthy country in South America with its oil exports. However, the reality is completely different. Despite Venezuela's abundant oil resources, it still cannot get rid of poverty. Even though the country's inflation rate has dropped to a 12-year low, it is still high, far exceeding the average level of other Latin American countries. After my investigation, I found that the main reason why Venezuela is facing such a situation is that the United States has completed the shale oil revolution, which has led to a surge in its oil production and a significant reduction in imports. As early as 2016, after the United States, the world's largest oil consumer and importer, reduced its oil imports, the global oil supply exceeded demand and oil prices plummeted rapidly. Then in 2017, in order to protect the domestic energy industry, the United States imposed severe sanctions on Venezuela's oil industry and threatened to impose secondary sanctions on other countries. This sanction directly led to a sharp drop in Venezuela's daily crude oil production from 1.9 million barrels to 350,000 barrels in 2020. For a long time, the oil industry has accounted for nearly 1/3 of Venezuela's GDP, and more than half of its fiscal revenue also comes from oil. But in the face of U.S. economic sanctions, the Venezuelan government has never succumbed, and even officially broke off diplomatic relations with the United States in 2019, which is extremely rare worldwide. Later, with the inauguration of the previous Biden administration, especially the sanctions imposed by Western countries on Russia, the global oil supply has been greatly impacted, and the United States has shown its willingness to directly engage with the Venezuelan government. At the end of 2022, the United States allowed its companies to extract oil in Venezuela. U.S. companies produce about a quarter of Venezuela's total oil production and a third of its oil exports. On the surface, there seems to be no new sanctions on Venezuelan oil, but it is clear that the United States wants to take this opportunity to strengthen its control over Venezuela's oil industry. However, it is worth noting that if Trump is reelected as president in 2025, the U.S. Treasury Department will require domestic energy companies to gradually stop their oil business in Venezuela and stipulate that they must completely withdraw by April this year. So, does the exemption of Venezuela's oil sanctions mean that it has officially ended? In fact, Trump's sudden decision to end the sanctions exemption for Venezuela is indeed a bit surprising, but it is actually just a deceptive cover. In March this year, Trump signed an order in the White House to begin sanctions on countries that import Venezuelan oil. They believe that Venezuela has always been hostile to the United States. Such sanctions are often called secondary sanctions. From April this year, all countries that import oil from Venezuela directly or indirectly will face tariffs of up to 25%. Trump also said that Venezuela deliberately and deceptively sent criminals, including violent elements, to the United States. Faced with escalating sanctions from the United States, Venezuela's economic losses are almost inevitable. However, it is worth noting that Venezuela strongly condemned the move, calling the U.S.'s actions illegal and arbitrary. However, economic experts point out that although the United States appears to be sanctioning Venezuela on the surface, it is actually indirectly sanctioning China. The reason is simple. Venezuela's oil is more important to China than any other country. China has been the largest importer of Venezuelan oil in the past few years. According to the U.S. Energy Information Administration, by 2024, Venezuela's daily crude oil production will be about 735,000 barrels, and 68% of its oil exports will go to China, which is about 500,000 barrels per day. In addition, China began investing in Venezuela's energy industry several years ago, and once these investments are put into use, the share of oil exported to China will continue to increase. So from these data, it is clear that the United States is actually suppressing China's oil imports under the name of sanctions on Venezuela. You know, Trump has imposed a 20% tariff on all Chinese goods entering the United States, and an additional 25% tariff on steel and aluminum imports, considering that the tariff itself is threatening. If China continues to import oil from Venezuela, a 25% tariff means that the import tariff on Chinese goods in the United States will be as high as 45%, and the tariff rate on steel and aluminum may even soar to 70%. Trump obviously hopes to put economic pressure on China through China's dependence on Venezuelan oil. As a long-term economic rival of the United States, China is right in the target range of this strategy. The sanctions on Venezuela have been called a new weapon in the trade war, and some Chinese refiners have been specifically named. By hitting Venezuelan oil buyers, the United States intends to disrupt China's supply chain, which coincides with Trump's overall trade war strategy, using secondary sanctions to block China's access to cheap energy. This also means that if China does not act in accordance with U.S. energy policy, the United States may impose tariffs again, and may even raise tariffs to 60% or even 100%. Trump had said during the campaign that if elected, he would impose tariffs of up to 60% to 100% on Chinese goods. According to the current situation, Trump may really achieve this goal step by step. As Venezuela's all-weather strategic partner, China and Venezuela have long carried out in-depth cooperation in the energy field through the oil for loans model. China itself is a major oil consumer. As the world's largest industrialized country, manufacturing accounts for more than 30% of the global share. Energy is undoubtedly vital to China. From 2007 to 2017, China's investment in Venezuela exceeded $55 billion US, a large part of which was used for investment in Venezuela's oil industry. It can be said that China is absolutely unwilling to give up Venezuela, an important energy partner. So, how will China respond to the US attack? In fact, after the United States announced that it would impose a 25% tariff on countries that purchase Venezuelan oil and natural gas, some Chinese energy traders have increased their efforts to import oil from Venezuela. According to statistics from China Customs, Venezuela's daily oil exports to China in March are expected to reach 400,000 barrels, setting a record high since June 2023. Obviously, China is also aware that whether or not it buys Venezuelan oil, the United States will increase tariffs on China in other ways. Therefore, in order to deal with the U.S. tariffs, China is also ready to fight back. It has imposed tariffs of 10% to 15% on the U.S. energy, agricultural machinery, and other industries, and even on 711 agricultural products. The number of U.S. car exports to China once fell by 70%, which put many U.S. automakers under unprecedented pressure. Of course, even if the United States imposes tariffs, it is the domestic consumers in the United States that will be hurt in the end. The 25% tariff means that American consumers will need to pay an additional $5.2 billion in fuel costs each year, and 260,000 oil and gas workers in Texas are also at risk of unemployment. At the same time, Brazil and Argentina have announced that they will join the China-Venezuela Energy Cooperation Network. Chinese engineers are laying submarine optical cables and building a new economic ecology through the infrastructure plus energy model, which has increased Venezuela's non-oil exports by 67% in the quarter. This de-oiling transformation is breaking through the long-standing resource curse. Although China's oil supply does not rely on a single country, with the construction of a global energy import network and the diversified supply of the Belt and Road Initiative, China's crude oil trade with Russia has reached 46 million tons, and China has also reached a huge energy cooperation contract with Saudi Arabia worth hundreds of billions. It can be said that China does not lack energy supply at all and is not afraid of the impact of unilateral sanctions from the United States. So from China's position, we can see that they are ready to fight the United States to the end. In fact, not only is Venezuela's oil restricted from export to China by the United States, but Iran's oil has also been economically suppressed and blocked by the United States. In March this year, the U.S. Treasury Department announced restrictions on Chinese companies importing oil from Iran. In the announcement, the U.S. Treasury Department mentioned that since 2020, after Iran's oil exports were blocked by the United States and Europe, about 150 oil tankers around the world have formed the so-called shadow fleet to transport discounted crude oil for Iran and Russia. The United States pointed out that the companies involved in these ships imported about $500 million worth of crude oil from Iran, and these tankers have some connection with Iran and the Houthi armed forces. What's more complicated is that this crude oil not only flowed into China, but also was transported to Yemen controlled by the Houthi armed forces. Therefore, the United States believes that this company is actually funding the Houthi armed forces in Iran. Subsequently, the United States immediately imposed sanctions on a Chinese terminal that receives Iranian crude oil. Obviously, the U.S. sanctions are getting closer and closer to China's energy chain, trying to put more pressure on China in this way. But to be honest, everyone can see that the pressure on China by the United States on energy issues is becoming more and more obvious. So, do you think the United States can successfully block these energy supplies? To not miss out on our future projects and news updates, please make sure you subscribe to our channel and turn on notifications.
I want to let you know that I am feeling super inspired by these all-female Blue Origin space crew to do more math and science. I really am excited about that. I'm just so happy that women are now better represented by these ladies who were passengers on a 3-minute space tour. But wait a minute. Was it real? Now that's what's trending around the internet today.
Wait a minute, it's all fake?
Well, there's a lot of fake stuff you see on your screen when I put that picture up. Absolutely. Can we just put it back up again?
There's a lot of plastic surgery.
Probably none of them have that real hair color. Yeah, there's a lot of Botox fillers. Yes, absolutely. There's a lot that's fake that I can confirm is fake. But let's look at what the evidence is that maybe the entire mission was fake. Now, we could see the whole stream from soup to nuts, but once it passed the atmosphere, we couldn't see the outside of the capsule. So, okay. Some people are saying, though, that the fact that the ladies opened the door to the pod themselves, only to be told to close it so that Jeff Bezos could come over with his muscle shirt and use a wrench to get it open and rescue them, yeehaw cowboy style, proves that it's fake. Now, the New Shepard is the vessel that they traveled in. It does have a release mechanism. We're going to watch it here. See, they open it, and then this lady says, no, not yet. Don't open it. Can we rewind that, restack it a second so you can see that it does open for a second, and then they're like, no, girls, no, stay put. And so this is the part that people are saying was totally faked. So see here, they go up, the girls open it, and then they have to wait. And Jeff Bezos is holding this wrench that apparently opens.
Doesn't really need it because the girls on the inside already opened this thing.
Right. And so was that a camera op? Or is it supposed to open? Now, again, the New Shepard does have a release mechanism from the inside in case, for whatever reason, the wind blew them way off course and they were put somewhere that the rescue vehicles couldn't open and they were stuck in there starving, no water, no bathroom, right? Then they could open it from the inside. So they had already opened it, but then why is he standing there with that wrench? Is that just a photo opportunity? Oddly enough, I did ask ChatGPT about there because I love to see what the mainstream narrative is, and usually AI gives it to me. And so AI said, yes, this is suspicious, but Blue Origin is basically a fancy roller coaster to space and back. Take a look. It says, well, other missions had more complicated doors and release mechanisms, so they couldn't open it up and blow themselves to smithereens in space. But New Shepard, no big deal, because it's basically a fancy roller coaster to space and back. Now, another major issue I have is this heavily edited footage of them fooling around with toys and flowers. Now, think about this as I show you this 1 minute and 3 second video. They had 4 minutes total in space. That's 240 seconds, but they used at least a quarter to a third of it taking selfies and playing with toys. So you have to think to yourself, if I have 4 minutes total in space, am I going to F around with a camera and these toys and this like girl shot? Watch.
Got it? 1, 2, 3, taking up space!
Oh.
Tamira's in space. It's okay. Leave Lynn up there.
I would just be staring out the window the whole time. Here's
No,
Katie.
she's staring at
Lynn, I gotcha.
herself with her
They're looking at
toy.
each other like, what the hell?
Yes, at each other, which they've been doing for months in preparation for this.
Look at me.
Oh,
Look
the
at me. I'm
moon.
so
You
important.
guys, I will have to tell you, look at the moon.
Did
That's
you not notice the
amazing.
moon?
Wow, look at the blue
Oh
line.
my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Oh
That's our pink moon. Okay.
Oh.
So they're not even looking out the window. 240 seconds
Oh
is
my
all you
gosh.
have in space.
And then you're coming back.
Yeah, and you're playing with your shit.
Whoa. That's amazing.
Like, let's play a whole game of checkers. Let's bring up a whole bunch of pieces and
Oh, it's time to go down now? Oh, shoot. I'm so sorry that I messed around with these ladies that I'm not even close personal friends with, but are other influencers. It's outrageous.
yeah, the listener in our chat says, wow, what the hell? This is cringe. Oh,
Beyond. And I am so shocked that they've left all their social media comments open because it is a PR disaster. Most people are just thinking that this is such a sham. It's such an influencer campaign. It's inspiring nobody. Here's another problem I have with this because I was listening to the live stream while I drove my daughter to school. And one of the hosts of the live stream on Blue Origin was a woman named Kristen Ann Fisher. She is the daughter of NASA astronaut Dr. Anna Lee Fisher. So, in the prep for the launch on Monday, Fisher talked about being a woman and an astronaut. And she said that her mother went to space when she was only 15 months old and was chosen for that mission while she was still 8 months pregnant. And she explained it saying her mom really felt that she had something to prove as a woman, which I found incredibly offensive because no woman has anything to prove while they're pregnant. You're literally doing magic while you're pregnant. This is not feminism saying that being pregnant is not enough.
Yeah, you also need to go to space.
So I need to prove myself. Like while you're pregnant, you have shit all to prove while you're pregnant to anyone. So to frame this as I have to show something to the world is crap. And I made sure to tell my daughter, do you hear how offensive that is? That you have to be an astronaut to prove something, and being a mom is not enough. That is not feminism. I reject it wholeheartedly. Even the New York Times, which I always disagree with, does not like this. They say that this only proves that several women have amassed the social capital to be friends with Lauren Sanchez, who had the social capital to land Jeff Bezos as a fiance. They also say that this is a great point, hadn't thought of. This is done for male fantasy, not for female empowerment. Buff, bald, rich, midlife crisis boyfriend uses his expensive toys to send Barbie fiance with her friends to space. So I don't like anything about it. I'm not feeling inspired. I don't think this is a good lesson for my daughters of what feminism should look like, but I'm loving the memes about it because there is almost nobody to say anything positive about it. Here's a fun meme and there's so many of these. And if you see more, please tag me in them because I've had a rough week and I need to see more like this.
Go through your whole life not knowing how much love you have inside of you until the day you launch. Baby, you're a
It was music. I'm sorry about that. We're not supposed to play music on YouTube. But anyway, when Katy Perry came back, she said she was feeling so much love, so connected to love. Lauren Sanchez said we're all in it together by looking at the earth from a different vantage point. She really felt like we're all in it together. Katy Perry said she really wanted to learn more about STEM and science. They had a 2-day training. So I don't know if maybe she learned a lot. And if you want to get on a rocket she builds next, be my guest. So let me know your thoughts.
Like,
on this.
what happens when she goes on a roller coaster? She's like, I really want to become an engineer and a physicist. Like,
yeah. And more women need to be represented in transportation. So I'm going to go ride the bus after this.
Let's carefully analyze a specific, easily understood modern-day scenario that questions the widely accepted belief that the Earth is a spinning globe. By examining one example in detail, we aim to present compelling evidence that the Earth is in fact stationary. Instead of briefly touching on multiple contemporary examples that may lack overall depth and impact, we will concentrate on one particular example that clearly evidences the Earth's fixed and stationary nature. Our primary objective is to cast significant doubt on the credibility of the mainstream narrative endorsed by NASA and the conventional principles of flight dynamics that posit the theory of a rotating spherical Earth. Through this detailed examination, we aim to reveal how easily the public continues to accept official explanations without substantial scrutiny. We will refute these commonly accepted explanations, highlighting their inherent flaws and lack of plausibility when examined closer. In our analysis, we will focus on round-trip flights between Atlanta, Georgia, and San Diego, California. These coast-to-coast flights typically cruise at an average speed of 550 miles per hour and have an average flight duration of approximately 3.45 hours, assuming no wind or turbulence. 1,900 miles divided by 550 miles per hour equals 3.45 hours. This should raise obvious and critical questions. At this latitude, Considering that the Earth is said to rotate west to east at 870 miles per hour beneath the plane during flight, how do flights in both directions report nearly identical flight times? In other words, if a plane flies at a constant speed of 550 miles per hour between these two cities, how can the flight times be the same in both directions, given that the Earth is said to rotate from west to east, moving with the plane in one direction and directly against the plane in the other? Examining closer, on an eastbound flight from San Diego to Atlanta, the Earth's rotation moves in the same direction as the aircraft. Conversely, on a westbound flight from Atlanta to San Diego, the Earth rotates in the opposite direction to the aircraft's travel. These opposing dynamics present significant challenges that become apparent upon closer examination. In our first scenario, when heading east, once our plane is airborne and detached from the Earth's surface, it leaves San Diego heading for Atlanta. The Earth is said to rotate eastward below our flight with us at 870 miles per hour, while our plane eventually reaches its own independent cruising speed of 550 miles per hour. How then will our plane ever arrive in Atlanta? To clarify, our plane's cruising speed of 550 miles per hour is 320 miles per hour slower than the Earth's rotational speed of 870 miles per hour beneath us during our flight, as the Earth's direction of spin and our plane are heading in the exact same direction and latitude. In our second scenario, as we begin our return flight to San Diego from Atlanta, the dynamics change entirely, further complicating the official explanations as to why the flight times in both directions are almost identical. Once the aircraft lifts off and disconnects from the Earth's surface, San Diego is now approaching our plane at a speed of 870 miles per hour due to the eastward spin of the Earth, bringing San Diego directly to us, while simultaneously directly approaching San Diego, our destination city, at an independent flight speed of 550 miles per hour. Our plane and San Diego are now closing in on each other. This should, in reality, significantly reduce our flight time, as the two combined speeds effectively create a far faster convergence speed of 1,420 miles per hour. The actual flight duration should now be shortened to just 1.33 hours, rather than the actual 3.45 hours observed daily for this specific flight. 1,900 miles divided by 1,420 miles per hour equals 1.33 hours. The fact that the actual daily flight times between these two cities are almost identical in both directions, assuming no wind or turbulence, should clearly reveal that the Earth does not rotate, but rather rests. The first counter-argument within the official narrative attempts to explain the identical flight times between these opposing scenarios by invoking the principle of conservation of momentum, a fundamental concept in physics. According to this explanation, when our plane flies from San Diego to Atlanta, it retains the eastward spin imparted from the Earth's rotation at takeoff, which is approximately 870 miles per hour at this latitude. The plane is then said to add its own separate cruising speed of 550 miles per hour to this conserved momentum. Therefore, the plane's total airspeed is said to be a combination of the 870 miles per hour imparted by the Earth's rotation at takeoff and its own cruising speed of 550 miles per hour. In effect, the plane is then alleged to be moving at a total airspeed of 1,420 miles per hour. 870 miles per hour plus 550 miles per hour equals 1,420 miles per hour. How does an airplane, once airborne and detached from the ground, maintain the momentum it is said to inherit from the Earth's rotation at takeoff during its flight to Atlanta? Consider a baseball being thrown from west to east, similar to an airplane. Does it continue on its initial trajectory unchanged, or does it begin to arc towards the ground due to gravity and air resistance almost immediately? Conventional wisdom tells us that a baseball will indeed begin arcing downward. Would an airplane not be subject to these same principles? The continuing argument to this states that an airplane maintains its initial velocity inherited from the Earth's rotation at takeoff through continuous propulsion from its engines, which counteracts any slowdown. However, we must remember that once an airplane leaves the ground, It is no longer propelled by the force of a spinning Earth. Additionally, air resistance acting against the plane, increasing with speed, continually works against any initial velocity boost provided by the Earth's rotation. The net result is that once airborne and disconnected from the ground, the airplane's forward motion relies solely on engine thrust to maintain the required speed of travel. This is because any initial contribution from the Earth's rotation at takeoff is soon negated by continual air resistance. To further support this, it is important to recognize that passengers on commercial flights are never informed that they are traveling at speeds upwards of 1,420 miles per hour to counteract the Earth's rapid rotation during some flights. We never hear relative motion mentioned or referenced at any point, past or present, concerning commercial flights. The only speed ever mentioned is the ground speed, which is typically around 550 miles per hour, or slightly higher with a tailwind. It should be quite apparent that the plane maintains an airspeed and ground speed of 550 miles per hour in both directions, which supports the consistent flight times observed for these daily flights, aligning perfectly with the scenario of a non-rotating Earth beneath it. A stationary Earth logically explains identical flight times in both directions, eliminating the need for the adjustments and complex explanations required for a spinning Earth. In summary, the concept of conservation of momentum proves ineffective in our scenario once the plane becomes airborne. Although the airplane would theoretically inherit an initial burst of momentum from a rotating Earth at takeoff, this momentum is quickly negated by air resistance and gravity. Once airborne, the plane operates as an independent entity, with external forces continuously counteracting any inherited momentum, effectively nullifying the predicted effects of the conservation of momentum principle. The second common counterargument suggests how gravity and friction cause Earth's atmosphere to rotate in conjunction with the Earth. This argument states that airplanes are transported not only by the previously mentioned conservation of momentum, but also by the air, which is itself influenced by Earth's rotation. It implies that the Earth, its atmosphere, and the airplane move together as a single system. According to this claim, in our scenario, the airplane maintains the 870 miles per hour speed it initially gains from the Earth's rotation thanks to atmospheric cohesion. This cohesion is alleged to help the airplane preserve and maintain the speed inherited from the rotating Earth at takeoff. Subsequently, the airplane's engines are said to provide the additional thrust needed to reach the higher speeds which are required for progress towards Atlanta. For this theory to be valid, it must account for the scenario where an airplane turns off its engines mid-flight. In such a case, the airplane would need to be significantly carried along by the atmosphere, thereby supporting the claim of the atmosphere's significant role in this case. However, common understanding tells us that, much like a thrown baseball, an airplane in this scenario would immediately begin to descend. This illustrates that atmospheric drag does not significantly influence its forward momentum to help sustain its flight. Next, the idea that atmospheric drag, a form of cohesion, could attach to and sustain the momentum of a commercial airplane, weighing between 500,000 and 1 million pounds by dragging it along, is beyond difficult to accept. Such theories and explanations seemingly require us to disregard logic, common sense, and reason to consider them feasible. The concept of atmospheric drag is quite often compared to a boat being carried by a river's current. However, this analogy quickly falls short upon closer examination, recognizing that water has significant density and cohesive properties that air simply does not match. Given air's considerably low density and minimal cohesive potential, the idea that it could mimic the cohesive behavior of water, adhering to and carrying along an extremely heavy, compact object like a commercial airplane, is fundamentally flawed. To demonstrate a valid example of atmospheric drag, consider the observable phenomenon where a cigarette smoke appears stationary and aligned inside a moving car with closed windows and inactive air vents. This occurs because both the air inside the car and the cigarette smoke share similar properties of density and buoyancy. As a result, when the car moves, the entire body of air inside, including the smoke, moves uniformly with it. This is a valid example of atmospheric drag. Now consider a scenario where a ball is tossed upward inside a moving car. If the brakes are abruptly applied while the ball is still in midair, the ball would trend forward toward the dashboard or windshield. This phenomenon demonstrates that the atmosphere inside the car does not significantly adhere to the ball and slow its forward momentum to match the rapidly decelerating vehicle's internal atmosphere. Even if there is a slight effect, it is far too negligible to be noticeable. This example with a ball illustrates that low-density air does not substantially adhere to or considerably affect denser objects. This observation directly challenges the notion that air can adhere to a denser object, such as an airplane, and significantly contribute to dragging it along in a moving atmosphere. Despite this evidence, we are expected to believe that an airplane, with its considerable density and weight, can be effectively carried along by atmospheric drag, maintaining the momentum acquired from the Earth's rotation at takeoff. While atmospheric drag might have a brief effect, it is not substantial enough to significantly influence the behavior in our airplane scenario, thus rendering it a negligible factor. It is surprising to see even prominent, highly intelligent individuals attempting to justify atmospheric drag and conservation of momentum as plausible explanations for consistent flight durations observed in our two flight scenarios. It would not be surprising if quantum mechanics were introduced at some point in the future as yet another means to further perplex and confuse us. Our tendency to readily accept scientific explanations or passively conform to official narratives highlights an enduring pattern within society. Revisiting the application of Occam's razor to our flight scenarios reveals that the simplest explanation is clearly a stationary, non-rotating Earth. This model plausibly explains why flights between the east and west coasts have nearly identical times, with no need for complex explanations, adjustments, or fixes required by a spinning Earth model. The official explanation from NASA and the field of modern flight dynamics, attempting to account for these identical flight times despite an allegedly spinning Earth, is entirely untenable.
Set out on a captivating journey in escaping the maze, where we challenge established scientific doctrines and uncover the intricately crafted illusions shaping our understanding of Earth, cosmology, time, and origins. Examine the Big Bang Theory, revealing it as sheer conjecture based on imaginative suppositions, and investigate the theory of evolution, highlighting its reliance on unverified speculation and tenuous correlations. Prepare for a paradigm shift as we present compelling evidence questioning the authenticity of dinosaurs, asserting that the vast majority of these creatures were quite clearly fabricated to support the growing theory of evolution. Analyze how our perceptions have been almost entirely shaped by highly incomplete fossil remains and speculative reconstructions and illustrations lacking definitive proof. Follow Admiral Richard E. Byrd's mysterious Antarctic expedition leading to the exclusive control of the entire continent by all signatory governments. Discover evidence supporting Earth as a contained system, challenging the notion of it being a mere speck adrift in the cosmos. Investigate the rapid and timely establishment of NASA and its monopolistic role in shaping cosmological perspectives following the 1959 Antarctic Treaty. Escaping the Maze aims to shatter pervasive falsehoods and introduce an inspired paradigm of intelligent design. Get ready for an enlightening quest illuminating foundational questions about our existence and our world's true genesis. Introduction. Setting the stage. Throughout human history, pivotal moments have shaken our understanding of reality, prompting us to question our very existence. These moments compel us to confront profound truths and challenge deeply ingrained beliefs. Today, for those willing to venture deeper, far deeper, we find ourselves on the brink of very recent and significant discoveries. These discoveries offer us a unique opportunity to reflect on key historical events and reassess the perceived realities we have been educated to. Embracing this expansive journey requires considerable courage and an openness to a drastically new worldview. It demands that we challenge our fundamental beliefs about the world, both past and present. These revelations can be disconcerting, or more likely, frightening to a degree that might push many away when certain truths are revealed. These truths sharply contrast with the prevailing secular narrative, which ultimately dismisses the notion of a divine creator in favor of deceptive concepts. Such concepts include the idea of infinite space extending throughout the cosmos, vast expanses of time purportedly stretching billions of years into the past, prehistoric extinct creatures believed to be millions of years old, and random evolutionary processes presented as scientific explanations of our origins. Our exploration will reveal an intricate web of lies and false realities that have deceptively shaped our understanding of Earth, cosmology, space, time, and ultimately, our purpose. Humanity's unquenchable thirst for answers has driven us to explore profound questions about our existence within the vast expanse of the world. We have contemplated our origins, the age of the Earth, cosmology, and mysteries beyond our current comprehension. This quest for knowledge has fueled scientific, religious, and philosophical endeavors throughout history. In the process, a wide range of opinions and beliefs have emerged, each adding a potential piece to the complex puzzle of our existence. We all attempt to assemble these pieces in our daily lives to ultimately form our current worldview at the time. But wait, what if we discovered that our most cherished beliefs and answers to the mysteries of our world are merely fragments of a grand illusion? What if this illusion were carefully crafted and slowly sustained over time by an elusive group with a specific agenda aimed at intentionally misleading us? Imagine these false realities and beliefs woven into a deception so vast that it stretches our very capacity to even consider them as possible. After decades of exhaustive study, I can affirm with absolute certainty that this vast and intricate deception is unparalleled to any other. A collection of illusory conspiracies so starkly at odds with our long-held beliefs that they almost guarantee immediate skepticism, if not outright dismissal. This elaborate conspiracy shields and protects itself by seeming absolutely impossible from the beginning, effectively rendering it pointless to even consider. Consequently, any attempt to discuss this extensive deception is almost certain to be met with swift rejection, accompanied by scoffing, laughter, ridicule, and even harsh criticism. Such reactions are sure to arise as this level of deception starkly contradicts the most foundational beliefs instilled in us from early childhood. Having become accustomed to these initial reactions, I now anticipate them, reflecting on my own arduous journey of awakening as a continual reminder. I vividly recall the extensive time it took to grasp and reluctantly accept these fundamental deceptions once I was compelled to confront them. This profound realization led to months of sleepless nights, during which time I found myself withdrawing from social events and gradually distancing myself from my closest friends. I was forced to reshape my entire worldview, a period marked by extremely difficult, yet enlightening discoveries that fortunately proved to be empowering over time. Accepting all of this was as challenging as being told that my name, birth date, parents, and my long-lost infant history, as I had come to know, were nothing but fabricated falsehoods, timelines, and details. It meant acknowledging that an entirely different narrative awaited, should I dare to question and explore further. Most of us would agree that our foundational worldview was shaped from a young age by our educational system. This background makes it incredibly challenging to consider alternative realities that starkly contrast with our longest-held certainties, as will undoubtedly be the case with the topics we explore moving forward. We will explore a paradigm-shifting framework and introduce an entirely new understanding of our world, cosmology, and origins, pursuing far deeper truths. Alongside this, we can consider critical assertions that clearly reveal we are far more than mere products of vast spans of time and chance. The birth of deception. This highly misleading deception began to take shape with the emergence of the well-known Big Bang and evolution theories, accompanied by the widely accepted belief that ancient dinosaurs roamed the Earth millions of years ago. Soon thereafter, radiometric dating was introduced as a scientific method to validate this ancient prehistoric world and a universe purportedly billions of years old. This widely accepted framework of fallacies and illusions has laid further groundwork for a network of subsequent events and contrivances that have greatly obscured our understanding of Earth's age, space, time, and our origins, casting us as mere products of random chance through evolutionary processes. Behind the potent facade of this grand deception lies a secret of unparalleled magnitude, so significant that it necessitated immediate concealment upon discovery. In very recent history, that clandestine and enigmatic group under our investigation, operating independently and shielded entirely from the oversight of all governments and institutions, has masterminded this elaborate ruse since the mid-20th century and continues to do so in modern times. This group has skillfully manipulated our perception of reality, exploiting our trust in science and the media to shape our minds to their will, starting from our very first entrance as children into the educational system. The truth they strive to obscure is a discovery that would have utterly transformed our collective understanding of the world and our very essence had it been revealed as found. These were discoveries deemed necessary to remain hidden at all costs given their unimaginable implications. Imagine discovering a world where our beliefs about outer space and extraterrestrial life are not grounded in scientific fact or high plausibility, but are instead founded on fanciful stories that create a false narrative, profoundly warp our understanding of Earth's true size and form, distort our perceptions of the cosmos, and alter our expectations of what lies beyond. Imagine learning that the age of the Earth and the universe is not measured in billions of years, but in mere thousands. Envision a realm where the origins of life are not the result of random evolutionary chance, but rather the product of a meticulously designed plan, accredited to a higher intelligence. Such profound revelations would undoubtedly compel us to entirely reassess our most cherished beliefs, from hindsight to insight. In this modern era, equipped like never before with a wealth of collective hindsight from recent historical events, both known and yet to be revealed, we face a remarkable opportunity. It is an opportunity to reinvestigate these events, their intriguing timelines, and the intricate details surrounding them in an entirely new light. This fresh perspective calls for meticulous scrutiny and comprehensive reassessment. It urges us to embrace genuine openness to relinquishing many of our established beliefs in exchange for new truths and realities. Through this process, we can adopt a new paradigm and framework that reshapes our entire understanding of the world, cosmology, and our perceived reality, ultimately affirming that a creative entity is the sole author of all that we see and experience. As we unravel this nefarious agenda and its vast illusions, we will continually shed light on the intricate web of fabricated realities to which we have succumbed. Realities that underpin this elaborate deception, one that has long ensnared us. Where it began. During the mid-20th century, the era in which this elaborate scheme originated, startling discoveries were made that would have prompted an unprecedented worldwide upheaval if revealed. These revelations, however, were quickly obscured from the public eye, buried within a crypt of deceit, and laden with fallacies designed to misdirect us in the most profound ways. Had these truths been revealed, they would have obliterated the underpinnings of numerous religions, political systems, and the foundational principles of our core educational doctrines. This revelation would have definitively settled any and all debates concerning our origins, whether stemming from evolutionary processes or from divine creation. The theory of evolution, now hailed as the zenith of our scientific understanding, would have been utterly abandoned and replaced by a concept of purposeful design. No discoveries could carry greater significance or wield a more profound impact on the world than those that were swiftly concealed during this key period. These discoveries were obscured within an intricate tapestry of falsehoods, contrived realities, imaginative yet unsubstantiated science, and most notably, distorted views of Earth and cosmology. The Antarctic Treaty. In response to these paramount discoveries made in the mid-1950s, the Antarctic Treaty was swiftly established on December 1, 1959. This international agreement was signed by 12 countries: Argentina, Australia, Belgium, Chile, France, Japan, New Zealand, Norway, South Africa, the Soviet Union, the United Kingdom, and the United States. The treaty entered into force on June 23, 1961. As of February 2025, the Antarctic Treaty has now garnered 56 signatories across the world. It is worth noting that the countries mentioned above, excluding the Soviet Union, were part of the Western Bloc led by the United States. They were aligned as allies and members of organizations like NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and/or SEATO, the Southeast Asia Treaty Organization. On the other hand, the Soviet Union represented the Eastern Bloc, which consisted of communist and socialist countries. It is important to remember that the relationship between the Soviet Union and the Western Allies was tense, with the Soviets often seen as adversaries. This becomes even more intriguing when realizing the necessity of including the Soviet Union as well in the creation of this mysterious treaty. The principal aim of the Antarctic Treaty, both at its inception and continuing into the present day, is to strictly maintain Antarctica as a dedicated zone for scientific research, thereby fostering cooperation among all involved nations. The Antarctic Treaty strictly prohibits any and all military operations, bars public expeditions, and restricts commercial airline flights anywhere near the region. It expressly forbids any territorial claims, ensuring that no nation can, at any point, claim ownership of any part of Antarctica. The treaty strongly advocates for the exchange of scientific information and promotes collaborative efforts among its signatory countries. The primary purpose of this treaty was not to preserve a specific geographic area, nor was it focused on cultural or wildlife conservation. The central aim of the treaty has always been the promotion of scientific research and its associated objectives. Right on time, in a perfectly timed and absolutely necessary manner, as we will discover in coming chapters, NASA emerged onto the world stage. It captivated our attention and directed it toward the realm of outer space. NASA immediately introduced a cadre of brilliant minds, rocket scientists, intellectuals, astrophysicists, and astronauts, all driven to explore the moon and beyond. This development occurred in the aftermath of the historic space race between the United States and the Soviet Union during the Cold War era, as they fervently competed to achieve significant milestones in space exploration. In our exploration ahead, we will investigate far deeper into the origins of NASA, examining key events and information that reveal purposes extending far beyond those officially stated. It will become increasingly clear that NASA's intent was not merely to shape, but rather invent our fundamental understanding of cosmology. NASA gained complete control over the entire narrative surrounding all of cosmology from its very inception. Presently, NASA and other collaborating space agencies hold an unquestionable monopoly, directing and dictating our beliefs about Earth and the universe. This monopoly is key to what we will understand later in our journey to truth. Through our exploration, we will uncover that even the most foundational claims made by NASA are open to rigorous scrutiny, if not outright dismissal as sheer contrivances. These claims include vast distances allegedly spanning millions of light years between Earth and the stars, the immense scale of the Sun relative to Earth, its stated distance of 93 million miles from us, and the existence and attributes of galaxies, black holes, and other abstract celestial bodies. These contrivances have been carefully orchestrated to conceal the true shape and nature of Earth and cosmology. We will directly challenge these long-standing ideologies that we have collectively embraced from our earliest childhood years. The upcoming chapters will argue that the prevailing facts surrounding Earth and cosmology are not grounded in well-established scientific principles. Instead, they are largely based on highly imaginative fabrications, a modern-day form of scientific storytelling. We will discover that contemporary models and frameworks of Earth and cosmology differ greatly from the revelations that lie ahead, sparking a profound and deeply unsettling awakening, setting us on a challenging path as we confront the difficulty of accepting these unsettling new truths. As we prepare to discover a radically new and far more accurate worldview, our current understanding of Earth, cosmology, space, and a historical timeline, which purportedly spans billions of years into the past, becomes obsolete. There is simply no return to our previous beliefs. This transformative shift in paradigm will permeate and disrupt every aspect of your intellect existence and every area within your zones of comfort. A courageous student at heart will inevitably wrestle with these unsettling yet ultimately empowering new realities of our world. Our goal is to fast-track our discussions by offering provocative key insights, undeniable slam dunks that will instantly capture readers' interest and ignite their eagerness to venture deeper into the highly contentious revelations that lie ahead. During this transformative journey, you may find yourself as I did, just another mouse in the maze. We will cast profound doubts on the credibility of the accepted scientific narrative, revealing the true model of our world. Our goal is to challenge and overturn the conventional view that complex conscious life emerged solely by random chance within an evolutionary framework. We will explore our discussions absent of religious concepts, ensuring that our conversations remain secular, inclusive, and accessible to all readers, including those who might reject or prefer to avoid religious themes. Ultimately, if a secular, naturalistic, and scientific narrative becomes implausible, a narrative based on intelligent design and creative origins emerges as the most obvious alternative. We will soon discover that at the core of our complex existence lies irrefutable evidence of an intelligent and creative force. This force, however, has been persistently skewed, contorted, and most alarmingly concealed by an enigmatic entity intent on shaping the vast array of fallacious realities and doctrines we universally accept today. We are now on the brink of the unsettling discovery that in modern times we have been entangled in an expansive and intricately orchestrated psychological operation. The elusive entity of our discussion has precisely crafted an all-encompassing facade, effectively veiling the essential truths about our universe, our origins, and our ultimate purpose. The scale of this charade is deeply unsettling, extending far beyond the control and oversight of our governmental institutions. We will find that science fiction extends far beyond a mere genre of Hollywood, and now becomes our present reality. Prepare for a new reality, where the unimaginable becomes evident, the magnificent design of our true world is revealed, and the intricate facade we have been indoctrinated to believe collapses like a house of cards. We will unveil the deceptive cloak that obscures the array of hidden truths lying beyond our constructed realities. This meticulously crafted and fiercely protected deceit aims to subvert and conceal the evidence of a creative force behind our origin, reducing us to mere accidents of nature and random products of evolution's slow dance through time. Prepare to challenge your core beliefs and summon the courage to question your current understanding of the world.
Coffee, follow me.